Hidden by the Shadow King by Celeste King.
All of the stories on the Worlds of Protheka YouTube channel are a part of a vast, complicated universe.
And the best way to learn about it is to jump into the stories and find out firsthand.
Orthani, Asarak, Protheka, all mere granules of a world beyond most comprehension.
Orcs, dragons, elves, vampires. It's not just humans, not anymore.
The story is just one piece, one fragment of an empire.
One that you can learn more about right now on worldsofprotheka.com.
Find countless audiobooks, ebooks, and bundles, and get 30% off with code YouTube30.
The Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
You're listening to Celeste King's Hidden by the Shadow King.
Chapter 1. Sierra. With my back turned, I pour a silvery liquid into a metal canteen, struggling to stabilize my hand against the swaying carriage. Outside, a heavy rain pelts the ground and the wooden carriage, as trees dance in the wind. Together, all the noises form a simultaneously calming and unsettling combination of sounds. The effect is unnerving, like the ripping of parchment. "You shouldn't be so humble," the foul dark elf soldier says over the sound of the rocking, roaring wagon. "Your beauty and compassion are known all over Cantor." He's kind to me, but not without purpose. I know what he wants from me. It's the same thing most elves want from me. "It was nothing you wouldn't have done for me," I say matter-of-factly, struggling to lie through my teeth. He looks pathetic in the dim, magical light of the moving room, lying helplessly atop a makeshift cabin bed built right into the carriage. Internally, I feel like crying. I don't want to do this, but I don't have a choice. You're too far along now, I think. Turning back now could mean your death. I struggle to stand up and find my balance. I hand him his canteen as he takes another bite of the bread loaf, grateful that even now he fails to notice the rodent poison spread among the seeds. If he looked through my luggage, he'd find a variety of texts on poisons and dark elf history, all stolen from the club where I lived and worked. "Actually, I don't know that I would have done the same," he says, with a refreshing bit of honesty. "Does that make me bad?" I watch as black specks enter his mouth, and the canteen he drinks slowly weakens him. "Not at all," I lie. "It has required a good deal of study and diligence, finding the right concoction to bend him to my will, while not outright killing him. If I killed him even a moment before now, it would have meant my own head. After all, he might be a second-class citizen, but I'm far lower than he is in the social hierarchy. Human women have been killed for much less." My eyes shift to the bag and the books contained within it that are slowly slipping out. I know that my brow must be shiny with sweat, and I fight the urge to wipe it away, looking from his eyes back to the bag. Every jostle brings those books closer to thudding onto the wooden floor, and then he would know everything. "That's a relief," he says. "I'm glad to hear you say that." Thankfully, he is a simple elf. He doesn't question much, and this whole operation has gone off without a hitch. I try to calm myself down, reminding myself that I can't look suspicious. I've completed several steps of my plan already. I must keep moving forward. I can still see the faint outline of Club Riel behind us as I peer out the back window. A heavy fog punctuates the distance, making that torment seem farther and farther away, though I know that there is no relief. The farther away this carriage gets from Club Riel, the closer I am to a much worse fate. "You still haven't told me much about yourself," the soldier says. "What's your story?" I remember his name, Januzari. It's a name I'd rather not dignify. I don't want to humanize him. I smirk. There's not much to tell. Images flash through my mind like a stage play. At that moment, I'm both sitting in front of the soldier and living through a vivid series of memories. "Oh, come now," he says. "You must have come to me somehow." I remember learning the name of the dark elf who was going to purchase me, Elijah. It was delivered on an already bleak and terrible day as good news rather than a death sentence. I went up to my room, silent in comparison to the rest of the club, and wept for hours as I recalled his utter brutality. I'm going to escape somehow, I quietly promised myself with a strained voice after hours of crying. I remember how panicked I felt that they'd find me, as I snuck into Oriel's room and discovered the guard schedule. While I frantically flipped through parchment, looking for any information that might benefit me, the doorknob turned. Thinking quickly and spontaneously, I ducked beneath the desk on my hands and knees, but not before I first learned Januzari's name. And I remember, in a rare turn of actual good news, when I discovered Januzari attacked in Club Riel by one of the girls he harassed. While nobody else cared if such a low-ranking ex-convict of a dark elf died, I saw an opportunity. The room rattles as the carriage rocks over a bump in the road. A loud series of whinnies rattle me from my daydream. Outside, the Equus are protesting, their coats covered in freezing rain. "Tell me, Januzari." He shifts awake, briefly snoring from exhaustion. His name is like poison on my tongue. "If you could grant me my freedom, would you?" He chuckles somewhat, through fits of rasps and coughing. How he can't see that he's in a worse state than when he met me is beyond my comprehension. "My dear lady," he says, clearly not remembering my name. "You are already free. What more do you want?" "You are already free." I smile at the thought. As a child, I was paraded in front of dark elves. I was told that when I matured, my main mission in life would be to satisfy them, as a wife or otherwise. I was taught how to please them while keeping my precious virginity intact. It was nothing to be upset by. In fact, I was told I should be honoured by what I, as a human woman, was doing for Protheka. After all, the chances of a dark elf reproducing with me were much higher than with another female dark elf. Why should I balk at the chance to create more magic for Protheka, to imbue my bloodline with superior genetics? I throw up in my mouth a little, and I laugh. "I suppose you're right," I say. He smiles, failing to see that I'm not laughing in agreement, but at the absurdity that anything in my life could be considered freedom. My laugh is sarcastic and cynical. And he's just proven, once more, that his life is not worth sparing. Maybe it's time I give him a more lethal dose. Behind my back, I grip a vial tightly. I risked everything to procure this, sneaking it through the club and forging alliances with enemies so that people would look the other way. The carriage rattles. At first, I dismiss it as more road bumps. The rattling continues, only intensifying. I realise that something must be terribly wrong. Looking out the rear window, I see that the trees have grown much denser. The equus whinny louder, overpowering the rain. But with a savage roar and what sounds like the slash of a blade into soft flesh, their whinnies are silenced. "What's happening?" Januzari exclaims. He picks up his sword beside the bed. I must think fast. If I poison Januzari, I could administer a lethal dose, but I'd still need to contend with the driver and the other carriage. I look around the cabin, trying to formulate a plan while hiding the poison. My eyes glimpse out the back window and my heart drops. Orcs. I don't understand what orcs would want with us, but I realise I have a very small window to flee. If I don't run now, rather than serving out my life in sexual servitude to an egomaniacal monster, I could simply be dead. That's assuming they don't use my body first. Not bothering to look back at Januzari, I pick up a stray piece of wood, and I begin to heave myself out of the cabin through one of the side doors. But I am stopped in my tracks. I try to jump down from the wagon, but somebody has my arm. "Did you really think I didn't know?" It's Januzari, but his voice is corrupted and unrecognisable. I turn to confront him, and he's holding one of the books from my bag, an uneaten loaf of bread placed casually beside him. On his face is a sadistic grin, running counter to everything I know about him. I try to play dumb. What are you talking about? Where did you get that book? The vial in my other hand slips from my grasp and cracks on the ground, a violet puddle glistening under the falling rain. You didn't think I was seriously going to hand you off to some rich asshole, did you? He chuckles, this time with a sinister undertone. Elijah Ure didn't give two shakes when I injured myself in the club, Januzari says. He was ready to replace me the moment I died. How is that fair? I let him talk, trying to think of some way out of this. From the moment I met you, I knew that I needed to have you, he says. In his monologue, his grasp on me loosens just enough that I can free my arm. I drop down from the carriage onto the wet and sloshing mud, and I run as fast as I can. Never mind that all my possessions are back on the carriage. I can find new possessions. I can start over. I rush through the trees, looking back at the carriage behind me, only to see the form of another dark elf in my peripheral vision far too late. The thunder roars overhead. In the distance, I see a flash of lightning. I collide with the dark elf's dense body, smacking down onto the hard, wet road. Please, I beg. I was supposed to be taken to Elijah Ure. He's a noble about a mile that way. I gesture, hoping against all hope that this dark elf might help me for selfish reasons. I am completely covered in mud. I look behind me to see Januzari approaching with our driver and the other guards. On the ground are several dead orcs. But we must hurry. I don't have long. I look up at the features of my potential saviour and realise that he's wearing the same wicked grin as the others. And I'm suddenly surrounded by dark elves. I realise how stupid I was to trust them.
Chapter 2. Zephiro. I move through the wet underbrush, my every movement stifled under the crashing wind as my feet quietly disrupt vines and flowers. My stomach rumbles. Orcs again today, I think, I growl. Orcs every day. A low, feral snarl escapes me as I examine my surroundings. The black midday sky obscures the forest, but my vision is far superior to most creatures. I can sense what they cannot, seeing through the blackness and the branches to see smells and outlines. The thought of tearing into their tangy green flesh teases my appetite while also revolting me. I've grown tired of repetition, tired of the same hunt and the same routine. I want something different to eat today. I'm so tired of orcs. The dry, meaty taste of elves enters my memory, and I recall that dark elves are probably not going to be my dinner. They are far more civilized and collected than the wandering tribes of orcs, making them harder to pin down and isolate. The challenge is so much more delicious, though. They have much stronger weapons and yield magic beyond even my people's understanding. Every encounter is a different spell or a different configuration. All of it combined makes them the perfect hunt. I never know what they're going to do. I love the mystery, even if I hate their species and would rather be rid of them altogether. The wind picks up, bringing with it knowledge of my surroundings. I hear a river rushing in the distance. Potential prey, I grumble. Not orcs, but food. I need to feed. I'm not looking for a challenge right now. I'm looking for a snack. My mind has become scattered and desperate. This sense of lethargy ruins the thrill of my hunts, disrupting my focus. My jagged, spiny flesh effortlessly pushes aside damp leaves without a sound. I blend in well with the branches, my body naturally mimicking their texture, excluding that I am red among the dull browns and black hues of the gnarled forest. In the distance, lightning strikes. A good meal must be nearby, I grumble, reciting the poem from memory. By the blare of the light, we eat well tonight. A lightning strike is a sign of good fortune and bountiful feasts. I need only follow it to find my prey. I pause, and I sniff the cool, damp air. The scents are so much easier to follow when the air is wet. Traces of life that should have vanished sooner hang in the moisture, only aiding my hunt. My eyes light up to the heat and aromas nearby me. A young day grazes near a river, and I can feel myself salivating. Pausing to sniff further, I see nothing in the immediate area, save for the scents of other nearby day and the lingering orc smell that permeates my surroundings. My stomach grumbles in protest again. I'm not fond of DA as a meal, but they make for a suitable appetizer. Effortlessly, I slide through the branches, my pace natural. I've heard some of my victims scream before they die that there's a sense of magic to us, that we resemble their myths and fables in how quietly we move before slitting their throats. It flatters me that we might have inspired their horror stories and legends. The river's call intensifies with my approach. In the rain, which looks to be abating, the river runs faster. Beside the riverbank, a singular young dei sips from the rushing water with satisfaction. I find myself connecting with it as I watch. I wonder why this creature finds itself alone and isolated. Does it have a herd? My approach is entirely unnoticed, even through the blowing weeds. I creep up behind it, extending my tendril-like claws beneath its skin once I'm inches away. Before it can turn and attempt to flee, I twist, causing the skin to separate and bend as I penetrate downward. The wind howls. "I can see you're in pain, little one," I growl. "Not much longer now." The rain starts to slow as I connect with the Dei's skeleton, my claw now embedded within its bones. I twist harder, and the connected skeleton snaps in all places, blood pouring freely from where the skin has been opened and tendons have been exposed. I extract the life from the beast, killing it instantaneously. It's dead. I don't need to check. I drink from the blood before it can collect in the weeds. I never waste my food. The flow of life nectar is nourishing to me, but far too salty for my tastes. Still, it calms the lethargy and restlessness taking hold from hunger. I'm feeling my concentration return slowly. As I extract organs individually, deriving pleasure from their unique flavors and reveling in their juices, my ears prick. My head cranes upward to see two adult dei, a diet and a dryak, staring at me. I wipe my mouth clean with the back of my arm and smile at them. Creatures run from my smile. "Have you come to join my meal?" They turn tail and flee into the woods. I consider letting them escape, but know the pain they must be suffering, losing a youngling. It's up to me to end that suffering. I take a few more large bites, meaning to waste as little as possible, before swiftly veering back into the forest, climbing a typh tree in 2 sporadic movements. Bounding from treetop to treetop, I look over the scenery below. I smell the air again as I peer down over the dense canopy. I'm startled to find new scents, striking me as far tangier and savorier than a day's, and I find the 2 adult dei cornered in a grove. Around them, a large tribe of orcs has formed an execution party. I count 10 orcs, judging from the number of scents. Each of the dei has 3 crossbows pointed at it, and I realize that this is not a fair hunt. I feel my lip curl back, my eyes widening in fury as the 2 dei are shot in a fire of bolts. One by one, the orcs unleash a torrent of crossbow bolts into the dei, not even bothering to aim for vital organs or shorten their suffering. And now I hear their celebratory cheers and amused laughter as the dei struggle on the ground, a river of blood pouring out and getting lost in groundwater. "Those 2 went down pretty easy," one of them says. "Plenty of food for the camp, boys." 2 more fire bolts go into the dei's heads, finally ending their suffering. Their miserable cries ring out over the forest, and soon so will I. Their disregard for the lives they took leaves a bad taste on my tongue. The dei were not given the opportunity to fight. Instead, they were surrounded and overwhelmed. Thankfully, they're my food source. Perhaps I'll treat them with more respect. Oh, this is going to be fun. I roar, overpowering the storm before bounding forward and clinging to another tree branch. I let them hear me, but they will never know where I am. I want to ensure they know fear and helplessness before they die. It will make their corpses that much more delectable. What in the war god's name? The one who looks to be in charge is swinging his neck around, wildly swiveling his head to try to find me. First, they try to make sure I'm not a hallucination. Did you hear that? Of course, I heard that idiot. My lips curl into a smile, watching them squabble before they decide to spread out. Let's fan out and find him, the leader says. Though even he must realize that he couldn't identify me if he found me. He's looking for a voice in a torrent of rainfall. Like many of the orcs who call the forest their home, their movements are illogical and disorganized. They have no eye for strategy or patience. Killing them is going to be easy. I have many chances to claim them from above. I could kill them all in a group if I wanted. All they have is brute strength, and even in that regard, I supersede them several times over. But something about their deaths in each collective instant doesn't seem suitable enough. As I leap from tree to tree, watching the orcs paralyzed with fear, shaking every tree I can in my wake, I realize how utterly inept they are. Having identified each of their scents, tracking them is effortless. While I deliberate on how best to end their pathetic lives, I juggle each of their fear responses. Occasionally, one of them becomes convinced that I was just in their imagination. Then I rattle another tree, taunting them about their unworthy kills or picking on their individual insecurities. Why don't you come out and face me? Try saying that to my face, you coward. Their responses are always indignant, as though by shouting loud enough, they might stand a chance of living longer. They don't know how this works. They should be begging me to spare their lives. Through a little planning, I managed to bring them back to where they started, back in the same clearing, with the day they killed. Only I changed the scene a little for them when they arrive. What in the... While they were running around the forest and I was biding my time, trying to develop a plan, I played with the DAE skeletons, tying their bones and melding their flesh together to form one towering standing presence. A large bipedal day, bound together by vines and 2 times taller than the orcs, stands prominently in the grove. As they converge in the center, I only offer one word, its source still a mystery to them. Run. But as each of them peel out, rushing out of the clearing, I reach down from above, gripping them and strangling them in the trees. To those too hesitant to flee, it looks like their friends are getting slain by some unseen force. I leave 2 of them alive, but only for a moment. At first, I humor the idea that they might tell stories about this, bringing terror to their people. Then I decide to follow.
Chapter 3. Sierra. My heart thuds heavily, painfully in my chest as the rain that dampens my cheek slows to a crawl. My hands are in the mud. I am surrounded by 4 elves who all stand over me. Their scowls are almost incapacitating. You thought you were pulling a fast one on me, didn't you, bitch? Januzari's voice is unrecognizable to me. His voice is venomous, every word he speaks caustic and hateful. This is not the man I befriended. I've been played. I knew all along, he says. You're not subtle. The other dark elves cackle. They don't know me like he does. All they can do is have a laugh. I am speechless. I want to find the perfect words to escape this situation, but maybe I'm not the manipulator I thought I was. You wanted me to pity you, the poor little orphan girl, Januzari says, speaking loudly and insistently enough that I can't defend myself. but I've been alive long enough to know not to trust your kind. You're all grasping, reaching for something you can't have, and you'll kill yourselves to get it. I'm surprised when he gives me a chance to speak. Won't Elijah be upset that you've taken his prized concubine? I ask. He's purchased me and everything. What you're doing is theft. It almost sickens me to think of myself as a mere commodity, but I need to keep them talking until I can think of a plan. I don't give a damn, Januzari says. He laughs. If there's one thing doing time taught me, it's how to make myself scarce. We won't even be on his radar. Awfully confident in yourself, aren't you? I hiss. And I realise I've misspoken. Januzari's lip curls. His eyes grow large, and he bares his fangs at me. With all his effort, he brings his foot forward into my ribs. I feel the air drop out of me. Know your place, whore. Tears stream down my face. The pain is immense. Wanting to show their contempt, the other dark elves spit onto the damp ground beside me. I gulp, not daring to say anything. My bloody hands clutch at the rocks and mud. I haven't given up yet. I just need time to think. But I know that they're not going to give me time. I look up at the sky, now a partial grey, before realising that my legs are being tugged. What are you doing? I try to maintain my calm exterior, but I know what they're planning even if I don't want to admit it to myself. Stand up, one of the other elves says. Stop fighting us. What are you doing? I ask it again, this time more insistently. We're giving you a preview of things to come, the other dark elf says, laughing. I want to curl up into a ball so I'm denser and harder to pick up, but I'm kicked again in my already bruised ribs. Words try to escape my mouth, but my mind won't let them. I'm in self-defense mode, and the only way to keep myself safe right now is to comply. They remove my shoes first, while I'm still on the ground, followed by my stockings. My feet chafe against the hard rock, my toes digging into the mud. Briefly, I feel disconnected from my body, as though I have a view of myself face down in the mud. I'm just watching it happen. Fine, bitch, Januzari says. If you won't cooperate, maybe we'll just take you first. The 4 dark elves above me cackle. I fight them, attempting to close my legs tight as they pull the fabric off me. But it's pointless. I'm overwhelmed by them. These men are all stronger than me, and they could easily overpower me. Every time I push my legs together, in the hope that they won't pull off my dress, they punish me for it. They crawl down to my level, getting in close. Their cologne is nauseating to me, their stubble rubbing against me as they grind into my body. I feel their sharp fingernails running up and down my legs and along my torso. I close my eyes, hoping that this will be over soon. You didn't come this far just to give up. There's a silent voice in my head that still wants to fight. I can't identify its source, but I can already feel myself arguing with it. But if I fight now, they're going to kill me. Palms press against my clothing, and I feel blood start to flow where their claws dig into my skin. They rip indiscriminately, ruining my dress first, then my shirt. The strangest thing is that as they rip, I'm brought to tears. I know I don't value my clothing more than my own body, but somehow, this disregard for my possessions is a bigger violation than their disregard for my own life. Piece by piece, my clothing is ripped from me, leaving me completely naked, except for my undergarments. I open my eyes to see fabric falling haphazardly onto the ground, becoming entrenched in mud. The thunder roars overhead, even though I can see the sun peeking out among the clouds. The storm is calming at the absolute worst moment. I feel the cool drip of rain on my skin, and it almost centres me. You're going to be okay, the steady drip of water reminds me. But I know it's only my denial talking. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to live. As Januzari grips my panties, digging his claws into my nearly exposed flesh, his cold, expressionless face sends shivers through me. Now, Don't make that pathetic face, Januzari says. This'll be over in an instant. His fingers dig in, pulling my panties off my squirming flesh and ripping hard. They stretch unnaturally until they're pulled to the breaking point by his filthy hands. Stop fighting us and we'll go nice and easy on you, another of the dark elves says. I cringe as one of them touches my bare crotch. My body is pulled into survival mode. But if you give in, maybe they won't hurt you anymore. I kick Januzari in the face. My reflexes are much faster than I remember them being. I don't know what I expected. I figured that fighting 4 dark elves was a lost cause. But somehow, as I kick hard into Januzari's jaw, I'm able to spring myself up and to my feet, and none of my other assailants try to stop me as I dash away. I sprint through the mud, careful not to slip on the wet earth. I push myself, running as fast as I can until my ribs hurt, then push myself even beyond that, not daring to look back. The sunlight is blinding as it penetrates the clouds, the storm vanishing slowly over the horizon. Whatever you do, don't stop running. Don't ever stop. I could kill myself from sprinting, and it would be a preferable death to being defiled in their clutches. I can't get their faces out of my mind. Ducking under heavy, sharp branches and avoiding poisonous vines, I convince myself that I'm safe. I slow down, heaving and bending over. My toes are bloody from moving over jagged rocks. My legs feel weak. I want to scream. I have no idea where to go now. I could escape back to Elijah Yor, but I don't know if he'd be much better. My thoughts race so fast my head starts to hurt. What do I do now? Keep running, girlie! I turn around to see Januzari and his cronies still giving chase, laughing as though this is some game to them. Maybe I'm not the first girl they've chased through the woods and raped. I turn back around and continue running, realizing that they easily outmatch me in speed. They're taller and have longer legs, but have also trained harder than I have. This seems like a lost cause. I don't know why I thought I could escape them. But I still must try. I feel a sharp, stinging sensation and realize that one of them has taken a dagger to my leg, driving it over my flesh. My first thought is that even if I lost them, they could still track my blood spatters through the forest. My second thought is that for whatever reason, the wound was only surface level. If he wanted to incapacitate me, he could have easily done so. It's only a matter of time till we do you, one of them shouts, hardly out of breath. I grit my teeth, utterly revolted by the thought of being defiled, but I realise that it's going to happen whether I want it to or not. The one with the dagger cuts me in my other leg, this time driving it in deeper. The pain is excruciating, and even as he cuts me, I want to fall down and give up. I have no idea what I'm waiting for or why I'm still fighting. I just know what my gut tells me. A very small part of me still thinks there's hope, even if I can't see a future beyond this. There's no place in society for me. I don't fit in anywhere other than a dark elf's clutches or dying in destitution. A stillness overtakes me. I can feel the world moving in slow motion. I can feel the wind's every breath on my naked skin. The trees are swaying in a cool breeze. The bugs and beasts of the forest are still. I stop running. I don't understand why I'm stopping. My brain is screaming at me to keep running no matter what. I turn around once more, expecting to see 4 elves scowling at me, ready to use and discard me. But I see nothing. In the dark woods, where sunlight peeks lightly through the canopy, I am alone. I take a deep breath. Is this real? Am I safe? My imagination races. How am I safe? Then I double over as 4 ear-piercing screams ring out from somewhere in the forest. I try to cover my ears, to minimize the pain. The cries stop, and I pick myself up from my knees, standing briefly at attention. What the hell is going on?
Chapter 4. Zephiro. I can feel my blood pulsing in my veins. I am silent in a world of chaos. I pride myself on making no sound as I place each foot stealthily on the forest floor. Their scent is strong in my nostrils. I know exactly where they are, and I know they are scared. The smell of their fear excites me. There is a crash and a curse. But I don't need the cacophony of noise they are making to know where the filthy bastards are. How dare they trespass on my territory? I hear them grunting orders at one another in their foul tongue. They want to scatter and regroup later. Perfect. I can hunt them down one by one. I love this sport. I estimate the closest one's trajectory and slip silently into position. He will not see me coming. I drop down from my perch on the branch above his head and stand in his path, reveling in the look of terror in his eyes as he realizes his mistake. Before he can make a sound, I have my hand around his throat, applying pressure and watching with grim satisfaction as his eyes bulge and he scrabbles ineffectually at my grasp. A noise to my left alerts me of another, and so I increase my grip, feeling sinew and tendon tear beneath my hands. There is a gush of hot blood, and the filthy orc crumples at my feet. I discard the carcass and stealthily follow the next one deeper into the thick forest. He is furtive, often stealing glances behind him. Good. He might give me a bit more of a challenge. He is startled by the ruckus that a comrade is making close by in his haste to escape. He stares in the direction of his cursing friend as if unsure of which way to run. I take my opportunity, swiftly twisting his head and glorying in the snapping crack it makes as the vertebrae in his neck break. He falls, suddenly boneless, to the ground. I go after his hapless comrade next. This one is easy. He's making such a racket in his dire need to escape that I could simply follow him with my ears. But then a new scent reaches my flaring nostrils. It is the scent of dark elves. But there is something tantalizing there too, a scent of something else, something I desire. The noisy orc blunders into me and then staggers backward as he realizes his mistake. But I am no longer interested in hunting orcs. I casually slash him across the stomach with my claws, leaving him screaming on the ground as he attempts to hold his own intestines inside him. I follow my nose toward my new adversaries. This is my land, and they will not know I am upon them until it is too late. I must be more careful, however. Elves are not orcs. They are subtle and cunning. I must take care that they do not sense me nearby. I can hear them now, calling to one another as they close in on their quarry. "Go wide, Eltana," calls one with a laugh. "We don't want her to escape." There is more taunting laughter from the others. They are playing games with their prey. "I have lost sight of her," calls another through the trees. I don't know who she is, but the scent of her is driving me wild. "Don't worry, I know where she is," a third calls. "You cannot escape us, sweet lady. We will find you, and you will please us well." No, she won't, I think to myself. She is mine, and she will please me well. The female is making a lot of noise as she runs. She has no thought as to where she is going, and she is sobbing quietly as she crashes through the trees. I can smell her fear. It makes me wild. How dare they cause her such terror? She is mine. The first elf I come across I managed to take by surprise. He is using the branches of the ancient trees to stay off the forest floor, but I am waiting for him. There is a moment of realization when he notices that I'm not part of the tree he is circumnavigating. But his hesitation comes too late. I swipe my claws across his throat. I know I need to make it swift. He cannot alert his friends of my presence. I catch him before he crashes through the branches below and leave him draped across a branch like a used rag. The smell of his blood fills the air, but I can do nothing about that now. I hope the others are too distracted with their game to notice. The hunt is on. I swiftly chase another. Failure is not an option. The forest becomes a different place when I am hunting. My senses are always acute, but in this state, I feel like I become one with every living thing around me. Even the lowliest insect gives me feedback as to the direction I must go. I locate my quarry, and I slip through the shadows to intercept it. "Where are you, sweet woman?" taunts the dark elf in my path. This one doesn't even notice as I step up behind him. I casually rip his head from his shoulders and drop it on the ground next to his twitching corpse. The wondrous scent of his death envelops me, and I smile in satisfaction. I must be careful now. There are only two left. It won't take long before they realize their comrades have fallen. "Alondra, she is heading your way," I hear the one closest to me call in a sing-song voice. There is no answer from Alondra, of course. I sense the tension in the air as he calls again. "Alondra." This time he speaks sharply. "Are you the—" He never finishes his question. Instead, he draws his wicked elven blade. At last, a worthy foe. I face my enemy, smiling and ready for combat. He is fast, his blade flashing, trying to find my weakness. He looks shocked when I laugh. "Pathetic elf, you could never defeat me," I tell him. He slashes again, and this time I let his sword connect. He stares in horror when he sees his blow does not penetrate my thick skin. "You will need a better blade than that to kill me," I tell him with a laugh, stepping forward and casually gripping his throat. There is terror in his eyes as I squeeze. "Shh," I tell him as the life fades from his eyes. I sense a movement behind me. It is his friend, the last elf standing. He takes in the situation in horror. He is young, and the fear that emanates from him is tangible. "Run," I tell him as his comrade goes limp in my grasp. Without a backward glance, he has gone through the trees. The body of the elf in my grasp goes limp, and I smile and follow the trail of the last luckless elf. This is much more fun than hunting orcs. He is fleet even for an elf, but my powers are stronger and I am swifter. I duck and weave through the forest, staying close to his heels. Finally, he stops panting in a clearing. "Come on, you ugly bastard, fight me," he cries, raising his pathetic blade. "I like this game." I duck and weave, letting him exhaust himself. Our flight must have brought us out ahead of her, because I can still hear her crashing through the forest toward us. What could she be doing out here in the woods by herself? Why is she being pursued by dark elves? I am overwhelmed with desire for her, but I also want to protect her. As she approaches, the smell of her overwhelms the fun I'm having with the elf. It's time to end this. I step forward unexpectedly and knock the weapon from his grasp. Raising my hand, I'm about to send the young elf into death's sweet embrace when she appears in front of me. I am not prepared for the effect she has on me as she comes to a halt in front of me, her perfect chest heaving as she gasps for air. She is demure and totally naked, her white body perfectly formed as she stands in the dappled afternoon sunlight. She stares at me, and our eyes meet. I lose myself in those deep blue crystal depths. It is like sinking into her soul. I cannot breathe, and I'm pretty sure my heart has stopped, along with time. Suddenly, she drops to the ground as if lifeless. I don't understand. Has she been shot by an elf I hadn't noticed? I release the terrified elven boy and rush to her side. With relief, I notice she is breathing. As gently as I can, I turn her over. I can see no injury other than the cuts and grazes of her flight through the forest. It's as if she is sleeping. I run my fingers over the pale, soft skin of her cheek. I have never seen or felt anything so wonderful. Who is this strange creature who has fallen at my feet? My gnarled and calloused fingers touch her rosebud lips. They are moist beneath my touch, and it makes me want to kiss them. My fingers travel further. They brush her neck, so exposed and vulnerable. I can feel the pulse that beats gently under my touch. I feel an overwhelming desire to care for this exquisite woman. No one can hurt her. She is mine, the voice in my head repeats. Her skin is chilled to my touch, and I worry that she is dying. Even though I can see no mortal wound, I know this forest well. There are more ways than one that it will take an unwary life. My hand moves of its own volition, and I caress her soft and yielding flesh. My desire threatens to overwhelm me. I must save her.
Chapter 5. Sierra. I don't think I've ever felt so comfortable as I lie here wrapped in soft, clean sheets. This beats my bed in canter by a long shot. But something is nagging at my memory, urging me to wake up. I ignore it, choosing instead to slip back into my safe slumber. Everything here is trying to catch me. As I run past a tree, I feel its roots rise beneath my feet to trip me. Long-fingered branches try to grab me in their cruel grip. No, I cry, struggling to break free. Let go, I have to escape. I struggle and break away. My pursuers are closing in, I can feel it. Then I pull up short. There in my path is a monster. He towers above me, tall and domineering, his bark-like skin puckering around his face. His eyes are two smouldering coals that pierce me to my core. In my half-slumber, I know deep down that this is more memory than dream, but I will not allow my waking mind to look at it. If I accept it as truth, then it will be real, and I have no idea what that means for me. I try to chase the dream memory, but it is elusive and my body is urging me awake. Reluctantly, I open my eyes. The room I am in is pleasant. Clear morning light pours through the window, revealing the ancient forest beyond. I breathe deeply, and the scent of freshly washed sheets fills my nostrils. There are no pictures or decorations on the walls, but they are made from an intricate pattern of wood that is pleasing to the eye. I stretch, and my world explodes in bitter agony. There is not a single part of my body that does not ache. The events of yesterday flash through my memory in a jumble. I recall the attempt by the dark elves to abduct me. Then there were orcs, and then fighting, and finally, my desperate bid for freedom through the forest. But the recollection that springs through the clearest of them all is the one of the monster. The way it looked at me still burns in my chest. My heart is filled with terror. Is it still around? And why do I feel a strange connection to it? Did it hypnotize me with those cunning dark eyes? I try to sit up in bed, but a pain from my ankle stops me in my attempt. I throw back the covers and stare in horror at the thin silver chain that binds me to the corner of the bed. So whatever else I am still someone's prisoner. I am naked beneath the sheets. My mind goes back to the vicious elves ripping my clothes from my body. The pain of their nasty thin fingers pinning me down. I can see the evidence in black welts around my wrists and thighs. How did I escape their further brutality? I know they were toying with me as I fled, biding their time until I was exhausted before they gathered around for the feast. Then it comes to me. The monster. He was hunting them. I can see him now, holding the struggling, screaming elf in his strong hands. I shudder at the memory. Vividly, I can see the ease with which he cast the elf aside, as if he were no more than a rag doll thrown away by a petulant child. I look at my surroundings. This is not the house of a filthy monster. A monster like that would skulk in a cave somewhere, spurned and rejected. This house feels like someone's home. My entire body is covered in scratches and bruises, but I am clean. Whoever put me in this bed cleaned me and tended my injuries first. The realization sends a shock of fear rising up through me. Whose house is this? My fingers scrabble ineffectually at the chain around my ankle. I have to get out of here now. But the chain holds fast, and the bedpost is a thick, solid piece of wood. There is no chance of escape. Suddenly, the door opens. I grab the covers and pull them up to my chest. The terrifying creature from my memories stands at the foot of the bed. He does not approach or attempt to touch me. He simply stands and stares. His eyes are bright as he looks me over. I stare back, taking in the knots of skin and sinew that adorn his body. He's monstrous, but I can't help seeing him as my protector, at least briefly, and it quells some of the agitation in my stomach. Or if he's not my protector, at least we have the same enemies. It feels like something, a sort of common ground that is better than nothing. "You are mine," he tells me, his voice a deep rumble that I can feel in my chest. The sound of it sends goosebumps down my body. I am surprised that I can understand him, and even more so at his words. Instinctively, I pull at the chain that binds me. He laughs at my reaction. "You cannot escape," he tells me. "The chain has been spelled. You will never break it. Only I have the power to set you free. You will do nothing without my permission." Fury rises up in my chest. After everything I have been through to try to escape captivity, how dare this creature bind me to him? I scream my rage at him, pulling desperately at the tether that secures me. "Screw you!" I hurl. "I will never do as you bid me." The chain bites deep into my ankle, and the covers fall to the floor, exposing my naked body. But I do not care. I am desperate to get away. For a moment he looks shocked. He even takes a step back. Then he turns and leaves, closing the door behind him. Ignoring the pain, I pull even more frantically at my bindings. "No!" I howl at the world. "No, no, no, no! This cannot be happening. I will not be a slave." A trickle of blood drips from my ankle as I scrape ineffectually at the spelled silver chain. The scarlet against my pale skin scares me, and I throw myself back on the bed and sob. I don't know how long I cry, but eventually I must have fallen asleep because I dream. Dark elves surround me. They are all clamouring to touch me, and I am shrinking from their grasp. I feel myself getting smaller and smaller, thinner and thinner, until I am no more than a wisp of smoke. I am floating above the scene. I can see the elves touching my body, running their disgusting sharp fingers over me, pinching me and pulling me. I can feel none of it. I laugh at their attempts to grab me. "That is not me, you fools," I tell them with contempt. "That is just my body. I am free. Free of your filthy lusts. You cannot have me." The sound of the door creaking open wakes me with a start. "Crap," I say, making a grab for the blankets that no longer cover me. Looking around, I see them discarded on the floor where they fell earlier in my futile attempt to escape. "I brought food," he tells me, his deep voice rumbling like an avalanche. How can this hideous creature have such a beautiful voice? "I'm not hungry," I tell him sullenly, even though my stomach is telling me otherwise. "You will eat." His words are stated as a fact, as if he is telling me that the sky is blue. The scent from the bowl he carries reaches my nostrils. It smells delicious, but I will not capitulate and eat simply because he says so. He walks across the room and sits on the bed next to me. "You are mine," he tells me once more, "and you will eat. I will not have you starve yourself." From this close, I can smell the musky scent of his body. I want to be repulsed, but I actually quite like the smell. It is an honest and earthy scent, unlike the elves who like to engulf themselves in sickly sweet perfume. The chain prevents me from getting too far away from him, but I lean away. My heart is hammering against my chest. The thought that he could touch me makes me feel sick to my stomach. "Stay away from me, you filthy beast," I tell him. He does not even flinch at my words. He just smiles gently and touches my cheek. His hands are calloused but warm and gentle. I glare at him, annoyed at his infringement of my personal space. He looks like a savage animal, but there is a gentleness in his eyes as he looks back at me. He has me utterly perplexed. His home is well kept and cared for, and the food he eats smells divine. From his speech I can tell he is intelligent, and yet he is a monster, and he has imprisoned me against my will.
Chapter 6. Zephiro. As she glares at me, attempting to inch further away, I can't help but find it adorable. Does she really think I'm going to let her defy me like this? She is mine, and she will do whatever I tell her to. But perhaps I should have been a bit more friendly before stomping in here and demanding her to do my bidding. Maybe humans require more of an introduction to be made. It's not like I've had much experience with this breed. I'm Zephiro. This is my home, and this is where you will be living from now on. No, she whispers. I watch her every move, my eyes sweeping over her painstakingly beautiful body until they once again lock onto her face. Those piercing blue eyes watch me back with just as much precision. Tell me about yourself, I command her. A tremor rocks through her body as I move closer, and she has no choice but to answer me. My name is Sierra. Sierra. I repeat the name, enjoying the way it sounds coming out of my mouth. Beautiful. Tell me more. How old are you? I don't know, she says, casting her eyes downward. You don't know? Don't you lie to me, girl. I'm not lying. She looks back up at me. I grew up as a slave for the Dark Elves. I've been their slave for my entire life. My parents have been dead. She stops suddenly, clasping one hand over her mouth, eyes wide. It appears that she has said more than she wanted to. Continue. You will tell me everything. There is no need to keep a secret. My parents have been dead since I was a baby. I never knew them. I was raised with the rest of the human girls they stole. They killed all of our parents when they took us. And you have no idea how long ago that was? You don't keep track of time. Well, I think I'm probably around 20. I'm a mature woman, but I don't know anything exact. And what did these dark elves use you for? I already know the answer. With the state she was in when I found her, that much was obvious. But something in me needs to hear her say it. Sierra looks back down at her bare legs, her cheeks turning a bright crimson color. I was to please them in any manner they wished. Sexually, I growl. She nods, still avoiding my gaze. My growl becomes louder as I look over her naked body once more. Those dark elves touched her. They touched what was mine. They will never touch you again. No one will. No one but me. Do you understand? Yes, she says. You will look at me when you talk to me. Yes, she repeats, this time with her eyes glistening up at me. That's enough questions for now. You must eat. Sierra looks at the food in front of her, then back up at me. Maintaining eye contact, she pushes the bowl away from her. My blood boils. How dare she refuse something that I have given her? How dare she disrespect me like that? I've had enough of it. I grab the bowl from in front of her, gather a heaping amount of stew onto the spoon, and aim it at her mouth. Open, or I will force you. The fear in her eyes doesn't stop her from resisting. She clamps her mouth shut, and for a split second, that fear molds into defiance. That is, until I grab her jaw and pop it open with one squeeze. What did I say? I whisper, shoving the spoon into her mouth. I quickly shove her chin up so that her mouth closes before she can spit it all over me. I wouldn't put it past her to do so. Chew it, I growl. She shakes her head. I grab her by the throat, holding my other hand over her mouth. She sputters, choking a bit. I let her. She needs to learn a lesson. You will do this because it is necessary for your health. You need strength. Eat. Finally, her jaw begins moving as she chews the stew. After a moment, she swallows it, and I almost breathe a sigh of relief. Good, I say, handing her the spoon. She takes it without giving me any trouble. You will finish the entire bowl. I watch as she eats, fighting the urge to touch her. I need her. She is perfect for me, and she will be the perfect mother to our children. I never thought that I would find someone like her, someone that I needed so badly, and I certainly didn't think it would be a human that would have me so infatuated. But now that I've found her, I know exactly what I need to do. I must breed her and keep her as my own. She will never go anywhere without me. She will never set foot in front of another dark elf ever again. And if anyone dares to come looking for her, they will find their heads chopped off. All I can think about is what it will be like once she's settled in. Once she accepts me, which I know she will. She has to. I will give her no other choice. I watch her perfect little lips wrapping around the spoon, again and again, swallowing each bite. After a moment, it's my shaft that I'm picturing between those lips. I imagine that throat swallowing something else entirely. The thought is enough to make me squirm with impatience. But I know that now is not the time. Not yet. Once she finishes the bowl, I hand her a cup of water, urging her to take a few sips. Surprisingly, she obeys, taking it with no hesitation. You will bear my children, I blurt out as she drinks. Sierra coughs, water spraying from her mouth and all over the bed. I grab the cup from her and set it on the table next to me. I'm sorry, what? You're a monster. I'm not having sex with you, let alone having your babies. Hell no. I refuse, she sputters, eyes wild. I chuckle, even though her words anger me very much. You still think you have a choice in this? You don't. Sierra, what don't you understand when I say that you are mine? You are going to live here with me from now on. You will do as I say when I say. If I say jump, you jump. If I tell you to suck my stuff, you will suck my stuff. I glare at her, daring her to challenge me. Whatever I wish, you will do. End of story. You will go nowhere. You will talk to no one. And when the time comes, I am going to impregnate you. Although by then, I think you will do so willingly. I'm consumed with my feelings towards her. Nothing is going to stop me from getting what I want, not even her. You're sick. I would never do you willingly, never, she screams, struggling against her chain. I don't know why you're struggling. I already told you that it's spelled. Only I can free you from it. She continues to struggle, thrashing about on the bed. I look down at her ankle, which is quickly turning red. If she doesn't stop, it will soon be bleeding. The thought of anything hurting her, even if it were her own fault, angers me to no end. I won't have it. I pounce on top of her, pinning her body to the bed with mine so that she can't move a single muscle. The feeling of her body moving beneath mine as she breathes in and out is enough to drive me absolutely insane. You will calm down before you hurt yourself, I tell her. Get off of me. I'm not going to do you, she states calmly. Oh, you will do me. And trust me when I say that you will more than enjoy it. I trail a hand down her body, starting at her neck. Her skin is soft, and I will myself to not get distracted by this. My hand reaches her collarbone, drifting farther down. You will desire every bit of me, I say, as I graze her skin with my fingers. And it will be all you can think about. So sorry, we can't show you the rest of this chapter because it's too hot and spicy for YouTube. Find this and other unabridged, juicy details at worldsofprotheka.com. Use code YouTube30 for a great deal on an even greater story. Now back to it.
If someone had told me a month ago that I would be running for my life instead of sitting in the stuffy classroom of the bordello, preparing to be sold off to indoor, I would have laughed.
Forest is not your safe space, little one.
But there's no avoiding my fate.
It's you. You're the one.
I've spent my entire life training to be the perfect bride for the top-bidding dark elf. So much can change in so little time.
You understand why you're being punished, right, child?
Your blood, it sings to me.
Please, let me out of here.
You need to learn your place.
But what are you? Where are you taking me?
Run!
I'm a bringer of death.
No, you're not dying. I won't let you.
You won't be able to get out.
Let me go, please.
Sadie, I will make you mine.
Chapter 7. Sierra. The sun is setting through the branches of the trees outside the window. Its long red fingers rest reassuringly on the sprawled blankets of the bed, as if to reassure me and soothe my fears. But even the warmth of the sun on my pillow cannot dispel the ice within my heart. I curl up as tight as I can into a ball, trying to ignore the pain from my ankle as the nasty little chain digs cruelly into my skin. This is worse than being the captive of the elves. My mind goes back to the deprivations I suffered at the hands of my elven captors, and I reconsider my judgment. The elves did not care if I ate. They were not concerned for my welfare or needs in any way. As long as I performed for them and did their bidding, they would not hurt me with their cruel magic whips that left no mark. The thought of their depravity makes me shudder. I think I would rather do anything than go back to being their plaything. But the position I find myself in now is equally as terrifying. He may not want to force himself on me, but his proposition is vile and repulsive. I hug my knees close to my chest. The bed is wonderfully comfortable. I force myself to blot out both memories of the wicked past and visions of the repulsive future Zephiro has mapped out for me. Without realizing I'm doing it, I start to hum a tune the humans sometimes sing when they are away from prying ears and eyes. It is a ballad of hope and freedom. It speaks of sparkling clean rivers and fresh mountain air, of whole villages where humans are free to do as they please without molestation. It sings of the dream I have clung to for my entire life, and as the melody goes around and around in my head, I slowly drift off to sleep. It is the best sleep I have ever had in this warm, comfortable bed. I realise as I awake that if it wasn't for Zephiro and the chain, I could be waking up to a dream come true. But Zephiro and the chain are my reality. I must escape. The chain gives me just enough slack to use the pot that is beneath the bed. From there, I can almost reach the stool that sits by the desk. If I can reach that, maybe I can break the chain with it. The thought excites me. I lay out across the floor, straining at my shackle. My fingertips can just brush the leg of the stool. I need something to grab it with. I look around me desperately. Maybe if I throw the blanket over it, I can drag it toward me. My travails prove successful. I am elated as I drag my prize back toward the bed. The trick now is to lay the chain across something solid and then hit it as hard as I can with the stool. It takes me a while to wriggle into position with one foot sticking out over the edge of the bedstead and the chain just right, so I can hit it hard and not hit my own ankle. My determination is interrupted by a rumbling laugh coming from the doorway. I jump out of my skin, my heart pummeling against my chest like it wants to break free. I had been so fixated on my task that I hadn't heard the great beast enter. I scream my frustration and throw the stool at his head. "You ugly bastard, let me go!" With ease, he catches the projectile and places it gently back down on the floor. "That's never going to work," he tells me. His gentle voice somehow has a calming effect on my beating heart, and I burst into tears. I don't understand what's happening. He is putting his arm around me as if to comfort me. But he's a monster. How can a monster be so tender? I feel his breath on me as he sniffs my scent. The act repulses me, and I pull away from the warmth of his embrace. "Don't touch me," I hiss, although that gentle embrace is calling to a deep need in me to feel loved. The world feels barren without that. I brought you breakfast, he tells me. For the first time, I notice the steaming bowl of porridge in his hand. It is covered in a thick layer of mouth-watering honey. Screw you, I say, determined not to eat a thing. You know you have a foul mouth for such a delicate little thing, he tells me with a laugh rumbling in his chest. I don't even answer. I have such a deep yearning to go home. But I don't even know where home is. Something inside me feels suddenly defeated. Without resistance, I allow him to spoon-feed me the wonderfully sweet, sticky porridge. The taste explodes like nectar in my mouth. Despite my resolve, I enjoy every mouthful and have to resist snatching the bowl out of his hands and licking it clean. As if he reads my mind, he offers me more. No. I shake my head sadly, my eyes locked on the empty bowl. Okay, he says. I will not attempt to feed you against your will again. If you want food, you can ask me for it. I look at him in horror. Fine, I'll starve myself. My resolution folds tightly around my heart. Sierra, he says. The way he says my name is very different from the way the elves say it. When the elves speak, it is sibilant. Sierra? Hard and coarse, as if it is spoken by a snake. But with Zephiro, it sounds like a completely different name. His tongue ignores the S and lingers on the R. Sierra. It wraps around me like a balm. What? I say. I am not prepared to give an inch just because I like the sound of his voice. You will come to accept me and maybe even to love me. He slips his hand beneath the sheets and runs his fingers up my leg. I gasp, unprepared for the way my body answers his touch. Get off me, I say, pulling against the chain to wriggle further out of his grasp. Okay, he says with his gentle smile. I can be patient. When he walks from the room, I feel bereft of company. The only way I can tell the passing of the time is by the rays of sunlight streaming through the window. My anger and frustration quickly turn to boredom. I cannot let this be my life now. Life with the elves was utter crap, but I was never bored. Sometime around lunchtime, delicious smells start wafting through the half-open door. My stomach is insisting that the porridge this morning is not enough. I wonder how long I can hold out if he starts forcing me to eat. I find myself looking forward to his return. But he does not. The sun goes past its zenith, and I am still here alone. I pull ineffectually at the silver chain, but my attempt is half-hearted. I feel my heart lift when he walks into the room carrying a steaming bowl. Let me see your injuries, he says, placing the bowl down on the small table. What? I reply, not comprehending. Your injuries. I need to clean them, he replies. It dawns on me that the bowl contains hot water and healing herbs. My stomach growls its revolt, and a twitch of a smile plays around his mouth at the noise. Oh, sure, I say. I expose my arms, and he tenderly cleans every cut and graze. Why are you doing this? I ask. You could just take me and be done with it. I don't want that, he replies. I want you to want me too. I have always had a fascination with humans and your ways. I never kill humans like I do orcs and elves. I always spare them. So why did you not take another human as your mate? I want to know. Because you are the most beautiful creature I have ever seen. His words are so sincere they make me blush. And now your legs, he says. I feel horribly exposed as the covers fall away. You should really stop fighting this, he tells me as he's cleaning my ankle. All you are achieving is hurting yourself. It's you who put it on there. The simpler solution would be that you remove it, I tell him. When you are ready to give yourself to me, then you shall be free, he says. He works his way up my legs, cleaning my wounds. Then ever so gently he pushes them apart. I do not resist. What is the point? His strong, warm hands move up to my crease, and I feel a shock of lightning shooting through me. My breath comes out in a ragged gasp. "You like that," he says, looking me in the eye. "Shall I stop?" I want him to stop so badly. His touch is sweet torture, but my body has other ideas. Stop. The word is a forced whisper, and my body screams in protest as he instantly pulls away. "Let me know when you're ready," he tells me. "Get out!" I scream, embarrassed that he has seen my weakness and longing. "Get out now!" He chuckles and leaves the room a colder place. I wrap the covers around me and curl up, the tears falling once more from my eyes. When I awake, it is dark, and my throat is dry and begging for water. I ignore it and try to go back to sleep. The rest of the night is a blur of fitful sleep and bouts of tears. When the first rays of morning light peep through the window, I feel utterly spent. Zephiro is up early and cooking in the room next door. The tantalizing smell of bacon wafts around the bedroom door. My mind is in turmoil. A voice in my head screams at me to call out. "Tell him you're hungry," it demands. But a quiet resolve washes over me. "No," I reply.
Chapter 8. Zephiro. Sierra can resist all she wants, but the only way she's getting out of those chains is by cooperating with me. Yet, she insists on denying herself what I know she wants. I could sense it in her the moment we met. Her hormones ran wild in the forest. Standing there, bathing in sunlight, I could smell it in her pheromones before she fell to the ground. There was a part of her that coveted me. I don't know if the cause of her arousal was gratitude or pure animal magnetism, but she's far too beautiful to keep herself from her true feelings. Part of me hates her for it, because I know that we could be enjoying each other. Every instant she spends rejecting me is another moment in misery. But another part of me is only further roused by it. I feel like I'm hunting her, waiting patiently for the perfect opportunity to swoop in and dominate her. There are moments when I wonder if she'll ever succumb to me. I try not to humor those thoughts, because I know that they stem from weakness, and weakness is meant to be eradicated and excised. It thins populations and cripples herds. It brings kingdoms to their knees and erodes mountains. I cannot allow myself to doubt. I cannot invite weakness into my soul. I wiped out a small elven settlement today, I say. It was delicious. She's half awake as I bring in her food. The sun is low in the sky, beaming faintly through the windows, and outside the pavos are chirping. I've heard some creatures devour pavos, but for how little meat they offer, I prefer to keep them around. That's lovely. She's uncertain of how to reply. Partly I know she's still reluctant to engage with me at all. I chuckle. I had thought you hated the elves as much as I do, given everything they've done. Was I mistaken? Do you not want them gone? She rouses from her drowsiness momentarily. Where was the village? About 30 miles to the east. 30 miles. She seems bewildered for some reason. Perhaps there's some context I'm missing. Did you know any of them? I ask. She laughs. How would I know anybody 30 miles away? How did you even get that far? I ran. She looks at me warily, taking her bacon and eating it with her fingers. I'm glad she's at least eating more regularly. That means I need to worry about her far less. I miss her when she's not around, and when I have to leave her in the room to her own devices. I wish I could take her with me, that I could teach her to hunt, so that she could exact vengeance upon the elves that made her suffer. But I know that my wait will be worth it. Even as I bound through the green forests, dashing faster than any mortal could ever perceive me, my thoughts remain on her, and how satisfying it's going to be when she stops fighting herself. I find myself growing bolder in her absence, disrupting elven settlements that I normally stay away from, and even traveling and hunting across large distances. I know that their magic can harm me, but I also know that as long as I attack with strategy, they are utterly helpless in my grasp. I keep account of the elves that I've killed since I met Sierra, and I etch it in the bark. Her stories of how they treated her have strengthened my resolve. I long to make the world a safer place for her while curbing my own appetite. Every meal brings with it a small change. She still looks suffocated by the chains that bind to her ankles, but her eyes start to light up when I enter the room. At first, she denies this, insisting that she would never find excitement in the arrival of a foul beast. She disparages my smell, even though I've seen how much my mere presence arouses her. Finally, I confront her with an offer. I'm inclined to let you out of your chains, I tell her. I'm wiping the dust off of a window, ensuring she's not miserable in her chamber. I state it matter-of-factly, as though talking about the weather or asking about her meal. I can tell that she's startled by the proposition. That's a lie if I've ever heard one, she says, though I can tell that there's playfulness in her cynicism. I'm hurt that you still don't trust me, I jest. I've eradicated 10 settlements for you. How many elves do I have to kill before you cooperate with me? You already told me you eat them. You can't act like it's some grand gesture. She won't admit that she's impressed. Besides, Cantor is still standing, she adds. You haven't attacked any major cities, just small camps. I chuckle, turning my back to her. Fine then, I say, smiling wickedly. I'll just leave you in your chains then. I'm sure you can lead a perfectly meaningful existence while you're bound to the bed. I approach the door, already sensing that she won't resist my offer. Wait! I shuffle around and face her, my hand already on the doorknob. Yes? What do I have to do? She asks. I shake my head in mock confusion. I'm sorry. What do I have to do to get out of these chains? I turn my back to her once more now, having seized full control of the situation. I thought you didn't trust me, I growl. What does it matter what offer I give you? After all, my word is hollow. I turn the doorknob again, trying to refrain from laughing. Wait, Zephiro. I pause, giving her an opportunity to speak her truth. I trust you. My eyes meet hers. Their refreshing blue depths could drown all of my resolve if she only knew how to use them. I trust you, Zephiro. I bow my head solemnly, then raise it to look once more in her captivating eyes. You're just saying that so I'll let you out. Tell me what I have to do, and I'll do it. I nod, lumbering across the hardwood floor to her bedside, where I grip the shackles around her ankles. I can see the excitement in her features. Her eyes are wide with anticipation, and her legs are clenched. You want me to let you out of these? She nods in desperation. Be honest with yourself, I tell her. Then maybe I'll consider it. I let go of the shackles and walk away. I can see her excitement become fury, but she doesn't dare challenge me. I'm the one holding the keys. During our next few encounters, she sulks. I leave the food on her bed, offering a bit of small talk. She ignores me and eats when I leave the room. I worry that maybe she's regressed and I've caused her to hide. But then one day she opens up to me, and I finally feel like it's not out of pressure or some desire for freedom. How long have you been doing this? She asks. I cast a quizzical look. What do you mean? How long have I been doing this? You know, eating elves, running through the countryside. She can see that her question isn't registering with me. Kidnapping human girls. How long have I been alive, you mean? I suppose, she replies. If you've been doing all this your entire life, decades, or centuries, or millennia, that's quite a gap. I shrug. We don't really think about time the same way your species does. We? She's puzzled by such a simple word. Who's we? I shake my head. She can't know about them yet. Sorry, I meant I amend. An awkward silence passes. I approach the door once more, turning the handle. Is there any way I can get a bath? I just worry that I'm a little rank. You smell fine. Right, she says. But I would just feel a bit more comfortable if I could take one, you know? I nod, opening the door and slamming it behind me. Outside, the sun has begun to set, and the bugs are alive with their evening chirps. She thinks I've ignored her request. I smile as I look upon a typh tree, struck dead by stray lightning. This should do. I try to remember how elves and humans build their baths. With my razor-sharp claws, I cut around and repurpose the wood, building something sturdy that will hold water. Carrying it back to the house is easy, though it's awkward in my grasp. Thankfully, it fits easily through the front door, held at an angle. What's that? Her eyes are wide in disbelief, her mouth hanging open. Your bathtub, I reply. I can tell what's running through her mind as I set it down. She thinks I'm going to leave her alone with the bath, and that she might take that opportunity to escape. I realize that I need to allow her new freedoms for her to be happy here, but I'm not leaving her side. I help her to her feet, dragging her chains in my other hand after unclasping them from the bed. This really means a lot, she says honestly. Thank you so much. It's a cue for me to leave, but I'm choosing to ignore it. Excuse me. She looks at the door, gesturing for me to walk through it. Actually, I say, I'm feeling pretty dirty myself. Maybe I can help you out. I smirk. She protests at first as I lead her over to the tub, which I've filled with spring water. Oh, come on, I say. It's not like I haven't seen everything anyway. She sighs. Piece by piece, she removes the clothing I stole for her from one of the many elf camps I attacked. I can feel the heat emanating off of her. I can sense her arousal. As we climb into the tub and I kneel behind her, washing her back, I feel her body screaming at me. I know that she wants me. Why am I stopping myself?
Chapter 9. Sierra. Zephiro sits behind me, gently massaging my shoulders. As much as I hate to admit it, I've never been more relaxed. His hands on my body feel good. I don't feel repulsed by the touch, and I'm not sure how this is even possible, or why. But the longer we sit in this tub together, the more I let my guard down. I let my head fall back against his shoulder, sinking further into the water. I'm fully aware of his shaft resting against my back, but I do my best to ignore it, which is not easy. You're so beautiful, he whispers against my ear, his hands trailing from my shoulders down to my chest. When he touches me, it doesn't feel like it did when the dark elves touched me. With the elves, I felt gross with their hands on me and their eyes on me. Never once did they make me feel like I was beautiful or sexy. They made me feel cheap and used. They made me feel like I was nothing more than a nameless, brainless sex doll. Albeit their most prized doll, I still felt dirty. When Zephiro touches me, it makes me feel different than that, although I can't quite place my finger on what exactly it is that I'm feeling. So beautiful, he repeats. We'd love to give you all the details here, but unfortunately, this portion of the story is too hot for YouTube. Visit worldsofprotheka.com for the steamy, unabridged version of our love story, and use code YouTube30 for additional savings on an already great deal. Back to our story. Suddenly, Zephiro stands up, reaching down and scooping me into his arms. Once out of the tub, he sets me onto my feet, reaching for a towel. As he begins drying off my body, section by section, I find myself avoiding eye contact. I can't look at him, not after letting him touch me like that. Once I'm mostly dry, he leads me back into the bedroom. He pulls out a short white flowy dress and starts to put it on me. I attempt to grab it, but he shakes his head, slapping my hand away. "Let me dress you. Be a good girl," he growls. As he slips the dress up my legs, he lets his hands graze my body. I shiver at the touch once more, still battered from being left on the edge just moments ago. Finally, the dress is fully on me, and Zephiro lets his hands graze my hard chest through the dress. I suck in a breath, but curse myself for giving any reaction at all. He doesn't need to know what his touch is doing to me. Zephiro chuckles, trailing his fingers from my collarbone down to my legs, tracing circles on them. I shut my eyes tight, willing myself to ignore what's happening. But when his hand disappears up my dress, touching my core once more, it's impossible. My eyes fly open, wide as can be, as one finger parts me and the other finds that same sweet spot again. Zephiro gets down on his knees. I moan, eyes fluttering. He continues rubbing, and I almost fall over when I feel his tongue snaking up my thigh, teasing. His tongue feels better than I thought it would, and I find myself silently begging him to lick other, more sensitive parts of me. Of course, he doesn't do that. He knows exactly what he's doing as he continues to tease me with it, bringing it oh so close to my core, just to start all over again at my thigh. Another moan comes out of my mouth, louder this time. I can't help my reaction, as much as I'm ashamed of it. But a different side of me isn't ashamed of it at all. It's that same side of me that wants to see what he'll do next. Suddenly, he stops, leaving me hanging once again. I try my hardest not to react as he stands up straight, looking me right in the eyes. He says nothing for a moment, just staring. My legs are still shaking as I maintain eye contact with him, putting up my most defiant front. But all my efforts are wasted as he grabs the back of my neck and takes my lips with his. For a moment I struggle against him, but it isn't long before my traitorous lips are giving up, exploring every inch of his mouth. Too soon he pulls away. Without a word, he scoops me up and sets me on the bed, quickly reattaching the chain to my ankle. I open my mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. It's too late anyway, as he exits the room. My hand reaches up to touch my lips as I replay that kiss in my head. Why did I kiss him back? I should be disgusted by him, and yet, what is happening to me? A part of me wonders why I'm resisting so much. It's obvious that there is a perfectly good way for me to distract him, and it's been right in front of me this entire time. Do I just act docile? Do I just go along with this and have sex with him? Maybe this is the best way for me to get him to let his guard down. It wouldn't be that hard for me to just pretend to give in. He would never even know the difference. It's not like it doesn't feel good, so I won't really have to fake much. Maybe I just have to force myself to submit, just for the time being. Just until I can gain enough of his trust to get out of here. How hard could it really be?
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The Immersive Fantasy Audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 10. Sierra. Being chained to this bed is making me crazy. I'm pretty sure I have counted every leaf on every tree I can see outside the window. There must be a way to get the great brute to release me. I throw my head back on the pillow. I refuse to give myself to him. Who's even to say that he would release me then? I could spend the rest of my life chained to this bed servicing a monster. No, I need a plan. The next morning, I smile instead of scowling as he enters with my breakfast. I thank him as sincerely as I can for serving me. I have to be careful. If I lay it on too strong, too fast, he will get suspicious. Biding my time, I wait until he brings lunch before I engage him in conversation. You know, you make the most delicious food I have ever tasted, I tell him honestly. He looks at me as if trying to discern my sincerity. "Thank you," he replies eventually. "I learned from my mother." His answer shocks me. I had never once imagined him as a child, being cared for by a mother who loves him. "Is she still alive?" I ask. "No," he replies, sadness evident in his voice. "She was killed by a band of orcs when I was barely grown. A large gang of them came through our territory and burned our home to the ground. She hid me and died defending my hiding place." I'm genuinely saddened by his admission. "I'm so sorry," I tell him, touching his hand. It is the first time I have initiated touch, and he stares incredulously at my hand on his. A small smile plays around the corners of his mouth, softening his hard features. "It was long ago," he tells me, as if trying to lighten the tragedy for my benefit. "It still must have hurt. I miss my mum and dad all the time, and I don't even remember them." "I never knew my dad," he tells me. "My mum never told me what happened to him. She just said he died before I was born." I don't have to fake my sympathy. I know what that emptiness feels like. All I have craved for as long as I can remember is to be loved by someone. For another being to care if I lived or died, and not just because it would affect their profit margin. For a while, I sit and eat while he watches. Our conversation has me feeling like I don't want to betray his trust, but the chain on my leg is telling me that I should use this situation to my advantage. "I feel bad that you are spending all your time cooking for me and cleaning for me," I tell him, manipulation winning over. "Could I clean up or something?" A frown appears on his already wrinkled brow and his shoulder tense. Damn, I've pushed it too far too quickly. Without a word, he takes my plate and leaves. He does not even slip his hand beneath my dress as he usually does. The world seems emptier for his disappointed departure. "Damn!" I cuss quietly under my breath. He is late to bring supper, and when he does, he simply hands me the plate and leaves. I curse myself again for moving too fast. The food is delicious as always, but my appetite is gone, and I leave my half-finished plate on the floor. It is way past dark before he comes in and retrieves it. "I know you are frustrated with being held captive," he tells me. "But if you escaped now, you would die in the wilderness. I cannot have that. You are mine, and I must look after you." His words are a revelation. I had imagined that I was his prisoner to be toyed with and abused. Did he really believe that this captivity was to protect me? "Do you really think I wish to go back to the Dark Elves?" I want to know. He looks at me and shakes his head. "No," he replies. "But I don't think you want to be here with me either. I think you still see me as a monster. But one day you will see what is in my heart, and you will no longer be afraid of me." "I admit, I am still a little afraid of you," I reply, trying to be as open with him as I can. "But I also realise I cannot stay here in your room for the rest of my life. I yearn to feel the sun on my skin, to have things to keep me occupied, other than lying here awaiting your next visit." The look he gives me is intense, as if he is trying to make his mind up about something. I wish with everything I have for him to believe me. "I will have to think about this," he tells me. "Okay," I reply. "But please understand, I don't want to fight you anymore. I realise now that you are not the monster I first thought you were. I can help you. Maybe look after the house, cook for you, that kind of thing." I try to make myself as demure as I can as I tell him this. I need him to trust me. Again, he leaves without touching me, and my body protests. I run my hand down myself to try to relieve the ache between my thighs. "Damn you, Zephiro, you've got me so damn hot." As the days pass, I take every opportunity I can to engage Zephiro in talk, but the closer I get to him, the more I crave his company when he leaves the room. Every time he touches me, it is more difficult to resist. I do what I can myself to relieve the agony of yearning in my body, but it is never enough. This game I am playing with him is a double-edged sword. Every day I have to fight myself to not let him have his way with me. Every day I enjoy his company more and more, and every day the silver links of the chain remind me that I am still a slave. I wake early to the sound of birdsong outside my window, as I do every day. It is a small solace in this strange life that has become mine. As usual, Zephiro brings me breakfast. It is delicately spiced hot porridge and honey, one of my favourites. "Could you open the window?" I ask him. I like to hear the birds singing in the trees. "Let's do something better than that," he says. My body gives an involuntary jolt, thinking he means to take me. Could I really resist if he pushed the matter? But instead, he goes to the hated chain around my ankle and runs his fingers over the links. He mumbles a word beneath his breath, and the chain falls away with a silvery clink. I swear my heart stops beating as I stare in wonder at my naked ankle. I look at him. He has a question all over his face. Will I try to run? No, I am not that stupid. If I run now, you will never release me again. Instead, I whoop for joy. I throw my arms around his neck and kiss his cheek. "Thank you, Zephiro, thank you." I dance around the room, my legs free for the first time in weeks, to the accompaniment of Zephiro's deep, rumbling laughter. "Come on," he says. "I have something to show you." He leads me from his room and into a neat little living room. There is a large hearth at one end for cooking, and a bare wooden table in the centre surrounded by stools. The room looks cosy and clean, exactly how I have always imagined my own kitchen to look. "You are going to let me cook and clean for you?" I ask, trying not to look at the door that leads outside and to freedom. "Better than that," he replies. He produces a pair of comfortable-looking shoes. I squeal for joy. "You're going to allow me outside?" I ask incredulously. He nods, evidently pleased with my reaction. The fur-lined boots fit perfectly. All my life I have been dressed to please the eyes of elves. I relish in comfort as I wiggle my toes. Zephiro moves across the room and opens the door, letting in a blast of fresh air. I smile as it washes over me. "After you," he says, standing back to let me pass. For a moment I am frozen to the spot, my stomach churning. Then I get over my reluctance, forcing my feet to move. The world outside is exquisite. His cottage is situated in a clearing in the woods. All the colours around me look alive and vibrant as I step across the threshold. I know I could bolt for freedom right now, but how far could I get? 2 paces, maybe 3. And if I did escape, how long would I last? Zephiro is right. I am not equipped for flight. Yet. I follow him down a winding path. The world around me is alive with noise. Birds are singing in the trees, and there are insects chirping in the woods around me. Occasionally I hear the howl of some hunting animal in the distance. The noise chills me. Zephiro leads me to a clean, wide river. "I thought you may like to bathe here," he says. I look at him, questioning if he really means it. He nods his assent. "Go ahead," he tells me. I'm so pleased I could hug him. With wild abandon, I shed my clothes on the shore. The water is icy cold as it touches my skin, but I don't care. It is the most wonderful sensation I have ever felt.
Chapter 11. Zephiro. "This is so amazing," Sierra says. I smile as I watch her twirl around in the water, closing her eyes and aiming her face at the sky. She looks like a goddess, her naked skin glowing as the water reflects on it. She just finished bathing, and now she seems to be enjoying herself quite a lot. It makes me smile to see someone who has been held captive their entire life get to act so freely. Of course she's not free, and that is partly my fault. I know that it must hurt her that I'm holding her captive, but I hope that she'll soon see it differently. I also hope that I'll one day be able to leave her in the house, unrestrained, with the trust that she'll still be there when I get back. But I know that may take some time, and I'm willing to be as patient as necessary. As I watch her enjoying the feeling of the sun on her skin, I'm tempted to join her. I wanted this visit to just be for her to have some fun, but seeing how happy this makes her, I long to be a part of that happiness. To hell with it. I walk into the water, pausing when I'm waist deep to see if she looks uncomfortable with my presence. She doesn't seem to mind, so I continue until I'm closer to her. "Isn't it wonderful?" she marvels. "Yes, it is indeed. I actually chose to build my cottage in this area, partly because this river was so close." "That's amazing. You built your house all by yourself." "Yes," I chuckle. "I sure did." "How?" "Well, my kind takes pride in things like that. I grew up in a settlement where we all built everything we owned. We don't employ others to do our work, we do it ourselves," I tell her. "I love that. If only the Dark Elves were more like you." I laugh, but deep down it bothers me when she mentions the Dark Elves. My hatred for them runs deep, and even more so now that I know they had their grimy hands all over what's mine. To think, my enemy had the future mother of my children in their grasp all along. I knew there was a reason I always hated them so much, other than the obvious. "Who taught you how to do that? I remember you said you didn't grow up with a father." As I meet her gaze, I think back to the moment I decided to share that piece of myself with her. I guess I thought it would help her to humanize me. It felt nice to talk to someone about my life, and it felt like she really cared to hear about it. I'm flattered that she even remembered that about me. Well, my mother made sure I still learned all the things a father would teach their son, and she taught me everything that she knew as well. She sounds like a wonderful woman. She was. I miss her a lot. But as I said, it was a long time ago. It's best not to dwell on the past too much. She nods, giving me a sympathetic smile. I didn't think she would be able to feel something like sympathy toward me this soon. It leads me to think that I must be doing something right. I never would have pictured monsters living in houses like yours. I laugh because I don't blame her for her prejudice. I'd probably think the same thing if I were her. "Is that so? Where did you think we lived?" "I don't know. In trees. Caves. Well, some do. But a lot of us like things a bit more civilized, even if that just means a simple hut. But a lot of my kind doesn't like to reside in one place for too long." "Why's that?" "Well, there aren't that many of us, and we try not to draw too much attention to ourselves, just in case." Sierra twirls around in the water, skimming her hands on the surface. "You know, I've never gotten to do something like this before," she says, looking up at me through her lashes. "Something like what?" "This." She gestures to the water around us. "You've never swam in a river before?" "Nope. And I've never gotten to just simply enjoy myself like this either. Have fun. It's just like I imagined it would be." "How did you survive that life?" I wonder out loud. "I had to. I couldn't let those bastards win. They don't deserve the satisfaction of me giving up on life because they decided that I was nothing more than a worthless piece of meat for them to screw." A growl rises up in my chest upon hearing this, but I shove it back down, not wanting to scare her off. Not when she's just beginning to open up to me like this. "I'm sorry that you had to live like that for so long. If I had known you were out there..." I trail off. She looks at me with an odd expression on her face before turning around and surveying the land around us. "Does anyone ever come through here?" "I've never encountered anyone but my kind out here." "Your kind? Do they live near here?" "Yes, we travel in tribes mostly." "Oh," she says, with a look in her eyes that I can't quite identify. I sometimes wish that I could read her mind. It would make things much simpler. "We can stay here as long as you like and visit whenever you want." "Thank you," she says, smiling shyly. You mentioned cooking and cleaning for me earlier. Do you have experience cooking? Not much. Nothing fancy, and definitely nothing as good as the food that you make. You really think my food is that good? It's delicious, Zephiro. The elves didn't feed me that well, if they even remembered to at all. But they never cared if we liked the food. We didn't get those kinds of luxuries. I'm hearing everything she says, but I'm still stuck on the moment she said my name. It was so casual, so normal. She said it before, but for some reason, it sounded different coming out of her mouth just now. It slid off of her tongue like a perfectly composed song of legend. So let me get this straight. You want me to let you out of the room to cook for me and force me to eat your terrible food instead of eating mine, which you have described as being delicious. She pauses before bursting out into laughter. It is the most beautiful sound I've ever heard, forcing me to wear my very own grin. I guess you're right, but I can still help by cleaning up. Maybe I can at least wash my own clothes. I don't want you to have to do anything. I didn't bring you here to be my maid. Why did you bring me here? She asks, shifting the joking tone into a more serious one. Isn't it obvious? Besides, I saw what they were doing to you, those elves. I knew from the moment I saw you that you deserved a better life. She nods, more to herself than to me. I look away, giving her a moment of privacy. I know this must be a lot for her. Thank you for bringing me out here today. I really needed it. I know. I'm sorry if you were feeling a little confined in that room. Sierra sinks into the water, and for a moment, my heart stops, thinking something grabbed her from down below. But seconds later, she pops up right in front of me. She disappears again, this time popping up behind me. I swing around trying to catch her, but before I can, she's gone again. This goes on for a couple of minutes, and I let her have her fun. We both know I could catch her in a heartbeat if I really wanted to, with my speed. I decide to put that speed to good use. The next time she pops up in front of me, I pull her flat against my body, giving her no room to escape. "Hey!" she shouts, splashing me in the face with water. I look down at her, smiling at her relaxed features, before tilting her chin up to look at me. I grab the back of her neck, guiding her head towards mine, meeting her halfway. Her lips start moving against mine as soon as they touch. It seems that she wanted to kiss me just as much as I wanted to kiss her. I trail my hands down her back before reaching her ass, cupping both cheeks and squeezing. She squeals into my mouth, pressing her body into mine. Sierra trails her hands up my arms until they're hooked around the back of my neck. Something has changed with this kiss. It feels less like I'm forcing her to kiss me, and more like she actually wants to be. I hoist her up so that her legs can wrap around my waist, putting her in direct contact with me. It takes everything in me not to stick it right into her. It's all I want. Her soft little moans into my mouth make this restraint even harder, especially when she starts grinding into me. Suddenly, she pulls away, gasping and wild-eyed. Zephiro. The sound of my name on her tongue will never get old. Yes? She stops, her brows furrowing. I know exactly what she's going to say before she even says it. Please, she whispers, grinding into me again. I can't stop myself from grinning, knowing she's in for the ride of her life. Chapter 12. Zephiro. So sorry, dear readers, but this chapter is not YouTube approved. You'll have to get all the delectable details over at worldsofprotheka.com. Use code YouTube30 for a great deal on the unabridged chapter, as well as some great bonus materials. On with our story.
Chapter 13. Sierra. Zephiro and I are finishing up our dinner, which consists of tara and burgona stew along with some bread. He always makes sure I eat well, and I honestly feel a little bad for resisting meals so much during my first few days here. You look like you've gotten a lot healthier, he comments as we finish our food. Only because you feed me so well. I smile at him. Things have changed a lot between us since we had sex. For some reason, I feel the urge to be nicer to him, more grateful. Not only that, but I can't stop thinking about the sex. In fact, it's pretty much all I've thought about since. Part of me feels ashamed at that fact, knowing that this can't possibly last. But at the same time, I can't help it. I've got something I want to show you. Zephiro interrupts my thoughts. Oh, what is it? It's a surprise. When are you going to show me? Tonight, as soon as we're done eating. Oh, well, in that case, I'm full. Zephiro laughs, gesturing to my uneaten piece of bread. I know what he wants without him even having to say it. I gladly eat my bread so that we can go. Once I'm done, Zephiro wraps me up in a warm shawl before grabbing my hand and leading me out of the room. Over the past few days, I've noticed him giving me a lot more freedom. Although he still shackles me when he leaves me alone, he always lets me out of my chain as soon as he walks in. We walk hand in hand as he leads me outside. It's dark out, and there's no one around, which makes me feel a little less exposed. About 20 minutes later, Zephiro stops and turns to me. We have to be quiet. No one can spot us. I nod in understanding, shuffling closer to him. He smiles, pulling me in for a hug before leading me out of the woods. What is this? I marvel, looking out at all the little cottages and stores surrounding us. This is a human village. They live here peacefully? Yes, I've visited plenty of times, and they seem to be mostly safe here. Wow. As I look around us, I notice all the signs that people actually reside here. Clothes hanging up outside on clothing lines. A market, and what appears to be a school. This is real. I begin to tear up, wondering what it would have been like to grow up in a place like this. Did my parents live somewhere similar before they were killed? Did I, before I was captured? This is exactly the kind of place that I've always dreamed of and longed for. I wipe my tears away, not wanting to seem ungrateful for this gift Zephiro has given me by taking me here. We begin to wander along the outskirts of the village. Thank you for bringing me here. This is wonderful, I tell him. You're welcome. I thought it might help you feel better, knowing that your people were so close. It does. As we walk, I start to realise something. If I escaped and came here to live, there would be no guarantee that I could survive. There'd be no guarantee that I would be able to find work or a place to live. At what cost does my freedom come? What if I came here only to end up living on the streets, freezing cold and starving every night? Or worse, recaptured by the dark elves? How long can a human settlement like this even last before something terrible happens? Are you okay? Zephiro asks. You seem like you've got a lot on your mind. I'm okay. I smile up at him. You can talk to me about it if you want. It's nothing really. I was just wondering what it would have been like to grow up here. Not completely a lie, but not quite the truth either. Ah, I'm sorry that you didn't get to have that kind of life. Me too. We should probably head back home now. I don't want to risk anyone seeing us out here. Home. I ponder the meaning of that word as we walk back. Have I ever truly had a home? Will I ever? Surely Zephiro's cottage isn't my home. I tell myself it isn't, but at the same time, isn't it the only place I've ever felt safe? And isn't that what a home is? Doubt takes over my mind as I wonder if running away would be the right thing to do. I've never truly been free, and I'm certainly not free here with Zephiro. So the question is, do I give up my search for the freedom I've always wanted and give in to my desires? Or do I keep fighting? The next night, Zephiro and I are getting ready for bed. He pulls out a baby blue nightgown for me before disappearing into the bathroom while I change. I've noticed that he's been much less affectionate towards me since our time at the river. In fact, he hasn't even touched me in a sexual manner once since that day. I'm not really sure how I feel about this, having very much enjoyed what we did. I'd be lying if I say I haven't been craving his touch, as much as I hate to admit it. It's confusing to me. I don't know what to think of my attraction toward him, other than the fact that it's definitely wrong. Zephiro interrupts my thoughts as he comes out of the bathroom. Just moments later, we're snuggled up in bed together. As I toss and turn, unable to sleep, I realise that there's a reason why I'm so antsy. I also realise that there's something I can do about it. I turn towards Zephiro, checking to see if he's still awake. His eyes are closed, but his breathing doesn't appear deep enough for sleep yet. I scoot closer to him and reach out my hand, touching his arm. I'm not really sure how to ask him for what I want. I've never been the one to initiate intimacy with anyone before. His eyes fly open at my touch, and for a moment, we just stare at each other. As I look into his deep black eyes, I start to realise that somewhere along the way, my feelings toward him drastically changed. The longer we lie here looking at each other, the more I want him, and the more conflicted I am. Why is my body betraying me like this? How is it even possible for me to grow feelings toward this monster, despite how unexpectedly kind he has been toward me? I prop myself up on an elbow and lean my face towards his until our lips are mere centimetres away. I pause, unsure if this is the right thing to do, but something deep inside of me pushes me to do it. I press my lips into his, savouring the touch. I breathe in that earthy scent of him that reminds me so much of the forest on a rainy day. We lie here like this for a moment, kissing, until I'm desperate for more. Pulling away, I sit up in bed. I grab the hem of my nightgown and pull it up until I'm out of it, casting it to the side. I peek back at him, feeling shy all of a sudden. He sits up beside me and I turn towards him. Something about this feels even more intimate than at the river. Maybe it's because this time I'm admitting that I actually want this. Not just to myself, but to him as well. Well, this portion of the chapter is too hot for YouTube. Head on over to worldsofprotheka.com and use code YouTube30 for all the juicy details on our lovers. You'll be glad you did. Now, back to the story. A loud noise like furniture breaking sounds from outside his room. Zephiro jumps into action immediately, shoving me off of him and making me get off of the bed. Before he can stand up, a stranger bursts into the room. It looks like another one of his kind. "I knew it! I knew you had a human in here," the monster shouts. "What the hell are you doing here? And why is it your business?" Zephiro stands in front of him, blocking his view of me. I scramble to cover my body with the sheets. "You cannot have her here. You must return her immediately." "I will do no such thing, Gradius. Now get out of my house." "If you refuse to do it, then you risk endangering our kind. Is that what you want? You want to risk subjecting the rest of us to being hunted because of your fascination with these humans?" I look between the two of them, more confused than ever. What is this monster talking about, and how did he even know I was here? Furthermore, what does he mean by Zephiro's fascination with humans? There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 14. Zephiro. Gradius stands in my room with his hands clenched into tight fists. How dare he? He always was the weakest of us, Zori. How dare he burst in here in front of my mate? I am livid with rage at this intrusion, but my main concern is protecting Sierra. So I leap at him, shoving him through the open bedroom door. I stalk through the door after him and kick it closed behind me. How dare you come here and tell me what I must and must not do? I snarl, grabbing him by the throat and hurling him across the room. He lands on the table, which gives way under his weight and crashes to the floor. I do not wait for his response. I leap across the room, and I am on him before he can pick himself up from the rubble. I punch him with all my force, feeling satisfied at the noise his head makes as it bounces off the floor. He thrashes and bucks wildly beneath me. But I was always bigger and stronger than him. I pin him to the ground with my arm across his throat. You're pathetic, Gradius, walking into my home and telling me what to do. I only wanted to warn you, he gasps. Screw you. I know you better than that. You just wanted an excuse to stir up trouble and gloat. I stand, giving him a swift kick as I rise. Gradius and I were cubs together. He was a sickly cub, and his weakness made him bitter and resentful. He would always try to twist things and turn them to his advantage. They want her back, Zephiro, he spits, brushing shards of my broken table from himself. The Dark Elves have been threatening the people, hurting people to try to get information. It is only time before they find you. She is safe here with me, I tell him, ignoring the unease his words inspire within me. Keeping her here is a mistake. You threaten to bring down the wrath of the Elven Empire on all of our heads. Gradius stalks across the room to the kitchen door, which lies at an angle, forced off its hinges by the force with which he entered. Flee then, or fight. It is up to you. But I will not return her. She is mine. You are a fool, Zephiro, he retorts. It is you who must make that choice. The tribe will not protect you in your folly. I will make sure they know that it is your choice that brings this disaster upon us. Do what you must, Gradius. You always were a coward. It is you and your ridiculous fascination with the human trash that has brought this calamity upon us. I will not protect you. It is not ridiculous. Sierra is my mate, and you will respect that. My temper is rising at the gall of Gradius, storming in here and making demands of me. Your mate is a monster, Zephiro, and she will bring death to your brethren if you do not give her back. She does not belong to you. She belongs to a high, noble elf. His words incense me. She is mine, I repeat, hurling the words at him with force. I step through the debris to vent my anger with my fists. Gradius is turning to leave and does not expect the blow. It sends him reeling, scattering furniture, and almost lands him in the flames of the hearth. With a growl of anger, he rises and throws himself at me. But he always was the weakest of us. It is why he is here, begging me to give up what is mine so he does not have to face the Dark Elves. He is a coward and a shame to my people. For the first time since our youth, he attacks me. He is no longer impetuous and comes at me with caution. I can hear him growling deep in his chest. You really think this is wise? I taunt. He leaps at me in response. He may have improved since our youth, but his move still lacks style, and I easily sidestep his flailing punch. Really? That's the best you've got? I laugh. He rushes me again, but I casually put out my foot. He trips, staggering against the shelves and sending pots clattering to the floor. I decide to teach him a lesson. I feign weakness on my left side, and he falls for it. My heart leaps as I twist and grab his leg, pulling him from his feet. If I wasn't so angry, I would laugh at the surprised look on his face, as I have done many times before as we were growing up. I land heavily on his chest, my teeth flashing close to his exposed throat. You never learn. Do you, Gradius? I snarl. Get off me, he manages. The elders will hear of your disrespect. The elders value strength over cunning. They will not care for your whimpering when the fighting starts, I tell him. This is your fight, and your fight alone, he replies calmly. Who do you think sent me here? I assume you came here on your own, attempting to better your position with the council. Much has happened while you were playing with your human toy, he informs me, shoving me to remove my weight. You'd know that this had been discussed by the council at length if you had been there. You were called, I know you were. It's true. I had received the call, but I had begun avoiding most tribe business over the last few years. I liked living here on my own and considered myself a solitary being. Damn, I cuss. Gradius smiles at my words, triumph sparkling in his eyes. If you choose your human, you are choosing to leave the tribe, he tells me, picking himself up once more. You do not speak for the tribe, I retort. Although, in truth, I know he does. What he lacks in strength, he makes up for in shrewdness. His serpentine tongue has probably convinced all of them that this is necessary, and I missed the chance to plead my case otherwise. And you are still a fool, he replies. Your obsession with the humans will get you killed. The tribe wants nothing to do with your folly. You must take your pet and leave. Get out of my house, I tell him. He looks around in disgust. You are a disgrace to your people, he tells me. You play at being human, but you will always be a monster in your mate's eyes. His words sting me. Sierra and I have come to a new accord, but I'm still unsure if she is playing me, biding her time until she can escape. I can tell by the look on your face you know that it's true, Gradius says with a sneer. Give the creature back. The Dark Elves had prior claim to it. She is not an it, I tell him stoically. She is my mate, and I will protect her even if you are too much of a coward to help. Good luck with that, Zephiro, he throws over his shoulder as he walks out the door. I notice with satisfaction that he is limping. Damn it, I roar when he's gone. I vent my anger on the remains of the table, taking it and throwing it against the wall, where it shatters into splinters. The sound of the bedroom door creaking open grabs my attention. Sierra stands there, pale and shaking. The sight of the fear in her eyes calms me. I have to think clearly. I need to make a plan to protect my woman. What's happening? She asks in a quavering voice, looking around at the destruction left in the wake of our fight. We have to leave, I tell her brusquely. Get your things together now. I don't mean for my words to come out so harshly, but my blood is boiling at the intrusion. What? She asks, looking bewildered. I don't understand. What's going on, Zephiro? We are in danger staying here, and my tribe will not support us, I try to explain, but my words just cause her to collapse in tears. No, she cries. I like it here. I don't understand. I don't want to leave. Why can't we stay here? She asks, pleading with me with her eyes. Because the Dark Elves are on their way.
Chapter 15. Sierra. I stare at Zephiro, terrified. Just moments ago, we were about to share something so tender. I was going to show him my heart. It was all going so perfectly. I wish I could go back to that moment before we got interrupted. I'll never get that back. Zephiro turns to me, eyes wild. He's already moving into the bedroom again, looking around. I have no idea what he's looking for. I'm so sorry, he says. What is happening? Gradius is a part of the tribe. He's an asshole, but he was right. We really do have to get out of here. What's going on, Zephiro? I don't understand. He sits on the edge of the bed, taking my hands in his own. We're not safe here anymore. The Dark Elves that owned you before I took you. They want you back. I didn't know they were so attached to you. I didn't realize the high noble elf's obsession with you. The one they were taking me to that night. I trail off. Elijah Ur. Yes. When your body wasn't recovered, he must have sent his men out to search for you, and they must have been searching all this time. It's a wonder they didn't find you here yet. We have to leave tonight. I stare at him, shocked beyond belief. How can we just leave here? This is his home, and it was just starting to become mine. I thought we were safe here. Is it possible they'll never find us? No, they're too close. Gradius storming in here tonight is evidence of that. The elves must already be disturbing the nearby villages. I start crying, unable to help myself. Hell, he swears. This is all my fault. I should have made sure that every single one of those elves involved with you was dead. I should have killed them all. He stands up, pacing back and forth while muttering to himself. It's not your fault, it's mine. I sob. He stops his pacing, sitting on the bed next to me and pulling me close. It's never your fault. You did nothing wrong. Yes, I did. I got you into this mess. Now you're in danger because of me. Don't you see it? I got myself into this the moment I took you. I just underestimated how much those elves valued you, and exactly how far they would go to get you back. But it's nothing I can't handle. Fear settles into every crevice of my mind, consuming me. I can't do this. I can't go back to those elves. Please don't let them find me, I sob. They will never find you, my love. What if they do? They won't. But if they do find us, I will kill every last one of them. They won't get their hands on you. I want to believe him, but I just can't. I know how ruthless those dark elves are when they want something. And a noble one like Elijah Ur will hunt me all over Protheka until he finds me. He won't ever stop. We might as well just give up now. I look at Zephiro, knowing now that I truly trust him more than the elves. If I had to choose between going back with them or staying with him, I would choose him. Staying with him is 1,000,000 times better than going back to the dark elves who forced me into unwanted acts time and time again for years on end. Still, I can't stop my tears. My fear of going back to those creatures is far too great for me to think about anything else right now. Hey, Zephiro says, pulling me against his chest. You don't have to worry. I will protect you no matter what, okay? You have to trust me on that before we leave this house tonight. If we're going to be on the run together, we need trust. You don't understand. If they capture me, you don't know the kinds of things they'll do to me. They'll punish me, Zephiro. They might not even want to keep me alive. They might accuse me of plotting my escape and decide to kill me. He growls, his eyes growing impossibly more black. They will never touch you again. You are mine, and I will make sure they know it. As I stare at Zephiro, I feel a newfound sense of safety with him. I see it in his eyes, how much he cares about me. I can see that he will take care of me. I nod, wiping away my tears. Okay, when do we leave? Right now. I'll pack a small bag with food and I'll throw in some clothes for you. But as soon as I'm done, we have to leave. I suggest you throw on another layer of clothing, something dark enough that won't be spotted at night. Okay? And Sierra? Yeah? Don't worry, I've got you covered. I force a smile for him because I don't want him to be worrying about my mental state while trying to keep us safe. 10 minutes later, we meet in the living room, all ready to go. We won't be able to talk to each other, okay? He tells me. If something is wrong, try to signal me without saying anything. The dark elves have amazing hearing, so even if we whisper, they could hear us. You really think they're that close? I ask. I have no idea, but we have to act as if they are, just in case. I'll have you on my back the whole time because your footsteps will be too loud. I can move completely undetected so no one will hear me. I begin trembling. My terror is rising up in me again. Take a deep breath. Just think about what we'll do when we get to safety, okay? Okay, I whisper. I'm sorry. He shakes his head, holding my face in his hands. Don't be. He kisses me on the lips, and I savour the feeling, memorising it. Who knows if I'll ever get to do this again? He pulls away, looking at me with such longing that something cracks within me. Zephiro takes a deep breath and signals towards the door. It's time. With that, I put on the pack he made for us and climb up onto his back. My new spot for the unforeseeable future. His carrying me provides a small sense of comfort. Out there on the run, he'll be the only thing I have left to keep me sane, but there's no one else I'd rather have with me. Under the cover of night, we begin our journey. Every so often we change direction or double back. I imagine he's doing this as a precaution. I have no idea where we're going, and I'm pretty sure Zephiro doesn't either, but I know that he can get us out of here safely. I have to believe that. What feels like an hour goes by, and we haven't come across anyone. Zephiro moves with such stealth and speed that I begin to fully trust in the fact that we will get out of this alive. There's no way anyone could hear us, let alone take him down. More time goes by, and still, there's no sign of life. I rest my head on his shoulder, allowing myself to close my eyes. I'm getting so tired, and I wonder how long it will be before we find a place to rest. In the silence, I find myself missing the sound of his voice. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I lift my head up, surveying the forest around us. Zephiro stops in his tracks, taking cover behind a tree. My heartbeat races, and I try as hard as I can to stay perfectly calm. I don't want to be the reason we get caught. Zephiro reaches back, squeezing my hand before walking out from behind the tree and continuing in a different direction. As we run, I can feel it. I'm not sure how, but I can sense that they're near us, closing in on us. I clutch Zephiro a little harder. He stops again, ducking behind a tree, and stands perfectly still for a moment. I dig my nails into his shoulders, and he reaches up to press a hand firmly over my mouth. He's worried that I'm going to give us away. A noise like the rustling of a bush sounds from up ahead, and my eyes bug out. That's when it comes into view. The shadowy figure of a dark elf not that far from us. He doesn't see us yet, passing right by our hiding spot. Zephiro moves faster than I've ever seen anything move before, lunging for the dark elf and decapitating him in seconds. And it would have been fine had another dark elf not seen us. I don't even have time to be shocked by what Zephiro just did, because we spot him at the same time. The cruel grin that spreads across the elf's face sends chills down my spine. It's at this moment that I know I'm soon dead. A creature that cruel will kill Zephiro, his hatred winning over Zephyro's strength. At least that's the thought that fear poisons my brain with. It's here. The monster's here. The dark elf shouts, signalling the others to our whereabouts. In seconds, this forest will be swarming with dark elves, and I have no idea how we're going to get out of this. Zephiro spins around, running the opposite way, and I hold on for dear life. This is it. The moment when I'll either die or be sent back to my former life. I'd choose death if it were up to me. That's how much I don't want to go back. I can't go back.
Chapter 16. Zephiro. I run as fast as I can with Sierra on my back, but I know that the elves will soon catch up to us, and when they do, I will have to fight them while also keeping Sierra safe. Zephiro, Sierra whimpers. It pains my heart to hear her so scared. I promised her something like this wouldn't happen, and yet here we are. The thought of disappointing her pushes me to run even faster. But I know I'm just delaying the inevitable. I try to shake the elves off, but it's impossible. There are too many of them, and thanks to the one who alerted the others, they all know exactly where we are. Sierra, I call out. Yeah? I know it's scary, but they're catching up to us. The only way to be rid of them is if I fight them. She whimpers again, and the sound only fuels my anger toward these dark elves. I know, baby, but it's our only option. and I'm going to have to set you down so that I can fight them faster. I'm going to stash you in a nearby tree and then retrieve you once they're all dead. You'll be able to see me the whole time. I won't go far, I promise. Okay, I'm scared. I know you are, but I'm stronger than these guys. They have nothing on me, even if I am outnumbered. I can feel her nuzzle into my neck. If I had more time, I'd be able to dwell on the fact that she obviously feels safe with me. But not now. It's showtime. Okay, I lost them for a second, so I'm going to put you in this tree. When they catch up, they won't be able to see you. Just don't make any noise, okay? I climb up the tree as fast as I can, setting her on a secure, high-up branch. I jump down without looking back at her. The elves can't know she's up there, and I'm hoping they'll be too distracted by fighting me to smell her. If not, well, they'll be dead before they can do anything to her. I hide behind a different tree, waiting for the elves to arrive. I can hear them, and it'll be any second now. Right on cue, 20 elves show up just ahead of me. When they're close enough, I spring out and start ripping their heads off. Some of them fight with weapons like knives and arrows, some with swords. Me, I only need my hands. "Where's the girl?" one of the elves shouts. I rip his head off before he can say anything else. "You just killed my brother," another elf says. "Great, now I can kill you too." I rip his head off as well. I tear through all 20 elves, only for 20 more to show up. And then 20 more. I'm completely surrounded, but it doesn't bother me. They've barely gotten a scratch on me. The more elves I kill, the less I feel anything. I know I'm getting stabbed, struck, and slashed, but all I can feel is the killing. That is, until I hear it. Sierra's blood-curdling scream coming from the tree that I left her in. I whip my head in that direction, spotting a dark elf carrying her down the tree. The sight of his disgusting hands all over her does something to me. I barrel towards them, reaching him just as he jumps on the ground, shoving Sierra behind him. As I advance on him, another elf swoops in and steals Sierra away. I rip the first one's throat out before turning to the other. "Zephiro!" Sierra screams from the elf's arms. I pounce, decapitating him and grabbing Sierra all in one move. "Are you okay? Did they hurt you?" She stares at me in horror before slowly shaking her head. "Good. Now stay behind me. Scream if anyone gets close to you." I turn back around to the new group of elves who think they can take me. How unfortunate for them. As I take on this pack, I slip back into the mindless killing once again. All I can think about is protecting Sierra. The elf taking her out of her hiding spot gave me just enough anger to finish the rest of them off. I can feel myself losing touch with reality, seeing nothing but red. The bodies are piled so high around us that I'm surprised there are still more elves coming. That noble elf must really want her to send this many men to come look for her. To think some nasty old elf is waiting in his luxury home somewhere, thinking that this human girl is on her way to him right now. I wish he were in front of me now, so I could rip his head off with my teeth, which is exactly what I do to the next guy who lunges towards me. I allow myself to look back for only a moment, just to make sure that Sierra is still behind me. I catch a glimpse of her face before returning to the task at hand. She looks utterly terrified, except she isn't looking at the elves. She's looking at me. Perhaps I'll have to do a bit of damage control once we get out of here. This is the first time Sierra has seen me like this, and I wouldn't blame her if it changed her feelings about me a little bit. Sierra screams at the same time that I'm attacked from behind. The elf attaches itself to my back and stabs me in the shoulder. Pain radiates through my body, but I shut off the part of my brain that cares. All I need to worry about right now is revenge. I reach back and pull the idiot off of me, slamming him to the ground in front of me and stomping on him, bashing his head in. I turn around just in time to catch another and snap his neck just as he reaches for my own with his sword. Now I'm really in it, and the killing takes over me. I'm nothing but a machine, ripping heads off and tearing throats left and right. Nothing and no one can stop me. I must kill them all. Another elf gets his knife nestled right into my side. I don't even feel it as I rip it out and turn it on him, stabbing him right in the heart. Seeing the life leave his eyes makes me growl with pleasure. More and more elves come, and every last one of them kisses the ground upon meeting me. By the time the last elf is finished, there's a sea of the dead around me. Blood is everywhere, including all over me. There's so much that it's dripping off of me. I look around, searching for something. There's something I need to find, but I can't seem to remember what. Finally, she enters my line of vision, and things start to come back to me. I slowly make my way over to her, dodging the bodies as I walk. Mine, I grumble. Mine! Zephiro. The sound of her voice guides me to her. Mine, I say, louder this time. Mine! Finally, I'm only a few feet away from her, and I notice that she's shaking. I stumble as I get closer. Sierra, I whisper. Once I'm in front of her, all I can do is stare. I'm so far gone that I can't comprehend what I'm supposed to do next. Zephiro, she says, reaching out to me. The moment her hand touches my arm, it's like I've been shocked. And yet I'm still paralyzed, unable to do anything but watch as she steps closer to me. Are you okay? She asks. The sound of her concerned voice snaps me out of my trance. I grab her, pulling her against my chest and burying my head in her hair. The scent of her helps to bring me back to reality, along with her soothing voice. It's okay, she whispers. Ever so slowly, I begin to calm down. The killing mindset leaves me, and I become myself again. Still, I can't let Sierra out of my arms. I never want to let go of her again. She continues talking. We should probably get out of here. I'm sure we called a lot of attention to ourselves with all the noise, and if that didn't, then the smell of these dead bodies sure will. Who knows what might show up if we stick around? She's right. I know she's right, but I still can't let her go. We need to leave now, she repeats. Finally, I snap out of it, pulling away from her. I survey her body for injuries, and once I'm sure that she's not hurt, I pick her up and set her on my back once more. I know I've been injured by the way my shoulder aches when she wraps her arms around my neck. And as we walk, I can feel that same ache coming from my side. But I don't care. I can handle the pain. All that matters right now is finding someplace safe for us to go, so that the elves won't find us. We walk for hours, and I can tell something is wrong, because Sierra hasn't said a word the entire time. I can hear her breathing just fine, but not a peep otherwise. It sparks a fear in me that I've made it impossible for her to ever love me. How could she? I'm a monster, and I just showed her exactly what kind.
Chapter 17. Sierra. The sound of Zephiro's knuckles as they scrape along the ground is all I can focus on. We have been climbing for hours, and my legs are trembling with every step. But that is nothing compared with the plight of my monstrous lover. His left arm hangs twisted and lifeless at his side, the pain of it drawing him down. We need to stop, I tell him again. You must rest. You need to heal. Zephiro barely grunts in response and continues up the mountain. Glancing behind into the growing darkness, I am convinced I can see movement. Terror wells up in my chest. Zephiro would not survive another encounter. There it is again. Shadows playing against the trees. I spin in time to see a hare shoot across the path behind me and disappear into the bushes. There is a crash, and a wolf leaps onto the track in its wake. It stares at me with burning yellow eyes and then leaps after its prey. The encounter leaves me shaking, but I am thankful it was a wolf and not an elf. Zephiro, I repeat. We need to find shelter. His great hulking shape stumbles. I'll never move him if he goes down here. Zephiro, I say urgently. We need to get off this path. You need to rest. Without making a sign that he has heard me, he stumbles off the track and starts heading through the woods. After a while, I realise we are following a narrower path that winds between the looming trees. Does he know where he's going? Suddenly, he drops to his knees. I rush to his side. Oh, Zephiro, I sob, trying to drag him to his feet. He shrugs me off. Follow, he growls. Could he be delirious? The path has ended. There is no way forward, and neither of us are in any state to climb. As my eyes adjust to the encroaching night, I suddenly see it. There's a dark hole in the rock wall ahead of us. Clawing his way forward using his good arm, Zephiro enters the gap and disappears. With a final glimmer of hope in my heart, I enter the aperture behind him. Maybe we will be safe here until Zephiro's wounds heal. The hard rock floor scrapes my knees, and it feels as if the darkness will swallow me whole. All I can do is follow the noise of Zephiro crawling ahead of me. Eventually, he stops with a grunt. Inching forward, I find his bulk lying sprawled on the floor. Zephiro, I hiss as quietly as I can. There is something about the velvety blackness that surrounds us that I do not want to disturb. Zephiro. But there is no answer. The only reason I know he is alive is because his breath still leaves his body in ragged gasps. Exhaustion overwhelms me. Curling myself into a ball beside him, I close my eyes. When I awake, I am stiff and aching. I open my eyes and watch the light of the flames play across the wall of the cave. Then it dawns on me. There is the crackle of a fire and the smell of smoke. Turning over, I see Zephiro hunched beside a small fire. He smiles when he sees I am awake. Zephiro, I say, I was so worried about you. Don't worry, I heal fast, he replies, although the sight of his arm hanging limp at his side tells another story. He holds out the water skin with his good arm. Gratefully, I drink from it, even though the water tastes stale. There is an underground spring close by, he tells me. I will fill it with fresh water in a minute. I didn't want to leave you alone while you slept. Thank you, I reply. What is this place? The walls of the small cave are covered in strange pictograms of mythical beasts and magical battles. It is the place of the ancestors, he tells me. My people were once numerous and populated the surrounding area in their thousands. These caves were sacred to them. The scenes on the walls are of the battle that all but destroyed our once powerful race. The sorrow in his voice moves me. As I study the walls, I notice that what I had assumed were hills are in fact the bodies of the dead piled up in mounds. I guess they were no match for the powerful dark elf invaders with their deadly magic. The abuse they hand out without thought makes me sick to my stomach. Turning to speak to Zephiro of my loathing, I am shocked to find him slumped over. I get up and help him to lie down properly. You are far from well, I scold him. Tell me where I can find fresh water. No, I'll go, he says, trying to rise. You will do no such thing, I tell him sternly. It is my turn to look after you. Reluctantly, he explains how to get to the spring. Taking a torch from the fire and hardening my resolve, I leave the relative safety of the cave. I follow his directions until I hear the blessed sound of running water. The water pours from the spring into a crystal-clear pool. On my hands and knees, I slake my thirst, relishing the chill as the water slides down my parched throat. It feels wonderful washing the filth and grime of our flight through the forest from my face and arms. The water is freezing, and by the time I have finished my cleaning, my teeth are chattering. But it's worth it. I come away from the water feeling refreshed, and with a water bottle full of fresh clean water to tend Zephiro's wounds. I realise my mistake as I make my way back to the cave. I have been gone too long. The torch sputters and dies, its fuel exhausted. Damn, damn, damn. The fear in my heart is causing a lump in my throat. I'm sure I can hear the spirits of the ancestors echoing down the dark corridors and whispering in my mind, calling me to join them. My relief is overwhelming when I realise I can see the outline of the cave ahead. The firelight gently flickering on the wall draws me home. Zephiro is asleep when I return. I sit with my back to the wall, my heart beating frantically. I keep watching him for I don't know how long. His reassuring presence calms me, but the terrifying wounds he received at the hands of the dark elves draw my eye. Their poisoned magic weapons have torn his skin and left great dark welts across his body. Is it possible for him to survive this? I really don't know. And what if he doesn't? Where does that leave me? Alone in the wilderness with nowhere to go, no ally to turn to. It makes me realise how much I've come to rely on him. I no longer consider running from him. He is mine. The cave has been used by weary travellers before. There is a small stack of firewood, and I am grateful. I use just enough to keep the fire alight, and the burning of the logs is the only marker I have of the passing time. It seems like an eternity before Zephiro stirs. I feed him water and wash his wounds. There is a dangerous heat in more than one of them. I wish I could boil the water and make a poultice of fresh herbs, but my resources are limited. It is not long before he slips back into slumber. All I can do is curl my body around his and pray to the gods that he lives. My mind trips back over the events that led us here. I see again the fury in his eyes as he defends me. I hear the sickening crack as the dark elf's blade hits home. Tears course down my face as I realise that I have done this to him. It was me he was defending. Maybe I am cursed. Maybe I should just leave. He would stand more of a chance without me. But the thought of ending up back in the hands of the real monsters, the dark elves, fills me with dread. I stare at the beast as he twitches in his slumber. His features are no longer terrifying to me. I have come to love the whirls and gnarls of his face. I have come to cherish the feel of his touch with those firm, strong hands. By the gods, I've fallen in love. The revelation hits me like a hammer. I have found the love I so desperately craved my entire life in the arms of a monster. Sierra. He moans in his sleep. I am here, my love, I tell him, stroking his cheek. His groping hand finds mine, and he pulls me in close. Enveloped in his warmth, I drift off to sleep. When I awake, the cave is dark. No, no, no. I have let the fire go out. With relief, I see that there is a small glow of embers. Carefully, I blow on them, gently coaxing them back to life. I must be careful not to sleep so long next time. By the time I have the fire blazing again, Zephiro is awake. I need to find herbs to tend your wounds, I tell him. You cannot leave, he replies earnestly. It is too dangerous. And besides, look, I am much better. He manages to move his hand and carefully raises his arm, but the pain in his eyes belies the effort this simple movement takes. I resign myself to staying and waiting for him to heal naturally. But time is meaningless in these dark tunnels. It is marked only by the trips to the spring to wash and carry water, and the supply of firewood which is dwindling as fast as our hunger is rising.
Chapter 18. Zephiro. The scent of her pulls me from my turbid dreams. Sierra, the word is on my lips before I'm even conscious. Zephiro, I'm here. Her cool hand visits my forehead. You're feeling a little cooler, she says, sounding relieved. I've been so worried about you. How long have we been here? I ask her. The elven blades were laced with magic and strange poisons. I have spent most of the time since the attack in a state of delirium. My body feels like it's past the worst of it, but I feel utterly battered. There is not a part of me that does not hurt. I have no idea, Sierra replies. The firewood is almost gone, as is the food. Damn, I say. The supply of firewood was a fortunate find. I make a mental note to restore the supply before we leave. How are you feeling? She asks. Better, I tell her, not admitting how weak I feel. I know I need to heal fast. The dark elves could pick up our trail at any time. The maze of tunnels and caves that run through this area is our only hope if they track us down. Here, eat this, she says, handing me some dried fruit. There is no meat, I'm afraid. I take it and try some, but the stuff is vile to my taste. Spitting the mouthful into the fire, I hand the rest back to Sierra. That's disgusting, I tell her frankly. I don't know how you humans can eat anything like that. Sierra laughs at the face I make. It is a beautiful sound. The radiance that flows from her lights up my heart and warms me up inside. I find myself chuckling too. Well, I don't know what we're going to feed you, she says. I hope you don't change your mind about not eating humans, she adds. I am shocked that she could think such a thing, and then I notice the smile at the corner of her mouth. I could be tempted. I laugh and lean in close in order to sniff her. She squeals with laughter. I don't think I have ever heard such a wonderful sound. It makes me do it again just to hear it. Help, she calls, slapping ineffectually at me. Help me! Her cry for help dissolves into more laughter as I start to nibble on her exposed leg. She squirms out of my grasp and feigns terror as I pull her back in. For a while, we lose sight of all our cares and worries as we romp. This new game is delightful, but before long, my heart pounds in my chest with the exertion of effort. My injuries are worse than I care to admit. She stops wriggling and regards me from under her long, dark lashes. Let me look at you, she says gently. You are still far from healed. The poison on the elf's magic blades runs deep, I say. But I am healing, and now that my body has cast out the poison, I will heal faster. My words are said to reassure her, but I am far from convinced they are true. The ache from my injured shoulder is terrible. Every time I move, I can feel the corruption within. I hope it's fast enough, she says. I may need to go out and collect some more wood and try to find food before long. No, I say, instantly feeling concerned. I forbid you to go outside alone. But I could collect herbs to help you heal, she says. And then when you're healed, we could go together. No, I say with more force. It is too dangerous for you alone. Okay, she says, looking crestfallen. I know she just wants to help, but the thought of something happening to her fills me with dread. Promise me, I demand. Okay, I promise, she says. She smiles and touches my cheek. She looks like she wants to say more as she looks at me. I sink into the bottomless blue pools of her eyes. She is the most infatuating creature that I have ever seen. Tears sparkle on her cheeks as she caresses mine. It confuses me that she cries and yet smiles at the same time. My heart tells me it is because she loves me, and the very idea sends white-hot flames running through my veins. Love. The word lingers in my mind. Is that what this is? Is this the feeling I have deep within my chest? This overwhelming sense of protection that I have toward her? I know that if anything happened to her, I would go out of my mind. She is my world, my destiny. My life before her was just a shallow parody of living. There was only an instinct to survive before Sierra fell into my life. I knew when I first encountered her in that clearing that she was special, that she had run into my hands for a reason. Is this it? Was it to teach what love is? As I stare into her eyes, I do not doubt it. I would kill for her. I would die for her. I want more than anything to protect her and spend the rest of my life with her. She opens her mouth. She says, but does not finish. I take her into my arms and put my mouth on hers. We kiss for what seems like an eternity. There is nothing in this world but Sierra. She is the center of my universe. She wraps her arms around me, pulling at me, needing me, demanding I bring her in closer. But her groping hands send lances of pain dashing through my shoulder, and without meaning to, I flinch and growl. She pulls back, panting. "You're still hurt," she says, concerned. "Yes." I sigh. I like her caring for me. But none of that matters when I'm with you. At least let me look at your wounds. "Okay," I reply, lying back. She laughs as she runs her fingers tantalizingly up my body. But I hear a sharp intake of breath as she reaches my shoulder. "Oh, Zephiro, this wound is bad. You have to let me clean it again." "Be swift then," I reply. "I can only wait so long." Her fingers are swift and nimble, and the water is icy cold. It takes all I have not to cry out as she works on the wound. The pain is worse than anything I have ever experienced. "Stay still," she says. "There is something in there still." I focus on the concentration on her face as she pries the wound apart. Even with a crease marring her brow, she is still perfectly formed. "Ah!" I bellow as she prods deeper. "I've almost got it. Hold still." The knuckles on my hand are white as I dig my fingers into the dirt floor. If it was anyone other than Sierra administering to me, they would be dead. "There," she says triumphantly. In her palm is the blackened tip of an elven sword. "No wonder you were in so much pain. It would never have healed with that in there." As gently as she can, she washes my wound clean. The smell of corruption coming from it makes me feel nauseous. But she is right. I will heal much faster with that out. "You need to rest," she says, gently pushing me back down to the ground. Again, she is right, but my need for her is strong. I can feel it pulsing through my blood. She drives me wild with excitement. I can smell that she is ripe and ready. She needs me as badly as I need her. "I should check the other wounds," she says shyly, clearly reading my intention. As she reaches to check, I grab her hand. "No," I tell her, my breath coming fast. "I need you, Sierra." She gasps as my other hand caresses her. "But your wounds," she protests. "My wounds will heal on their own," I growl. Her breath is coming out shallow and fast now as she leans into my touch. "That one wouldn't have—" The sentence ends with a gasp as I squeeze her hard. "Sierra, you mean so much to me," I tell her sincerely. I want to tell her that I love her, but fear stops my words. I'm still unsure if these intense feelings I have for her are what people call love. "And you to me," she says, although I get the sense that she also wants to say more. I feel giddy with excitement and longing. My hand runs down her body to her soft, round ass. I grab both cheeks in my hands and pull her onto my lap, satisfied to see her throw her head back and moan. My teeth find her exposed neck, nibbling at the tender white skin. I take a moment to relish in the pulse, beating faster and faster beneath my tongue. Our mouths meet and our tongues tie together. She is my world, my everything. I need her so badly. My wounds are forgotten in my all-consuming lust.
Chapter 19. Sierra. I kissed Zephiro deeply. I couldn't imagine if he got killed because of me. Those elves deserved everything they got, and I'm glad he finished them. I just wish he wasn't hurt because of them. Despite his wounds, he picks me up and settles me on top of his lap. I moan, eager to feel him again. That massive muscle does things to me that I can't even begin to describe. It's like my body and my mind disengage, and I just let loose. I don't think of the consequences or the pain. All that matters is the tremendous and momentary pleasure that consumes me. So sorry, friends. This portion of the chapter is not for YouTube. Kindly head over to worldsofprotheka.com and use code YouTube30 for super savings on the unabridged version that will have your heart pounding. Now back to our story.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 20. Zephiro. The scent of our coupling is strong in the tiny cave. I love that she smells of me all over. It feels like I have claimed her. She is mine, for all the world to know about. What did Gradius mean about your obsession with humans? Sierra asks, her warm, naked body wrapped around mine. I remember the first human I met, I tell her. I was not much more than a cub. There was a gathering of the Zori tribes. I was allowed to attend for the first time. I didn't know there were tribe meetings, Sierra interrupts. I thought you were quite solitary. Gradius was the first other Zori I've met other than you. Normally we are, in our day-to-day lives, but we're also part of a tribe, and we have a council that meets regularly to sort out problems or come together when there is a fight we cannot handle alone. But your tribe didn't help when you had to fight the Dark Elves, she points out. No, I admit. That's what Gradius came to tell me. The tribe elders wanted me to give you back to the Dark Elves. You walked away from your tribe to protect me, she asks incredulously. Of course, I reply. You are mine. Sierra goes still at my side. I can barely even hear her breath. Thank you, she says eventually. I have never had anyone look after me like you do. I kiss the top of her head and hold her tight. Again, I want to tell her I love her, but the words don't want to come out. You were telling me about your human obsession, she prompts. Yes, I reply. It was at the gathering of the pack. What's that? Is it different from the council? She asks. Yes, the gathering of the pack is where tribes come together from all across Kainvu. Wow, that sounds amazing. Does that happen often? About once a year. It's a big thing to host the gathering. There is normally a lot of information exchanged. We learn of goings-on from all around Kainvu, and there is a lot of trading too. Often, Zori will find mates from outside their own tribe. It keeps the blood clean. And that's where you met your first human, she asks. For a moment I am back in the clearing. She was dressed in winter furs with long dark hair tied up in a braid. Hello, she'd said, smiling and showing no fear. I was young and impressionable, and she was different, exotic. I could tell by her scent that she was mated to a Zori and pregnant with his child. She was beautiful, I tell Sierra. But not as beautiful as you, I add. Sierra laughs and turns, so she is leaning on my chest, her head in her hands as she looks into my eyes. Are you sure about that? She asks, with her eyes shining in the light of the fire. There is not a creature on all of Protheka as beautiful as you, I tell her sincerely. She laughs. Go on with the story, she says. You met a beautiful human woman and naturally wanted one of your own. Pretty much. She was mated to one of the tribe leaders. I remember wanting to go and join their tribe, just so I could be close to her. I even petitioned the leader of their tribe to see if they would have me. When he found out it was because I was infatuated with his mate, he cuffed me around the ear and told me I was a cheeky pup. I bet he did, says Sierra, smiling. Yeah, looking back on it, I guess he had a point. I was devastated at the time. I spent the rest of the gathering trying not to get caught as I spied on her. I laugh as I recall the memory. I take it Gradius found out about it, Sierra wants to know. The entire tribe found out about it, I tell her. But I didn't care. I was always one of the strongest and fastest, and Gradius was always weak and sour. I didn't care what he or any of the others thought. I made it no secret that I wanted a human of my own. So I take it your tribe doesn't live in houses like the one you were living in? No, I reply. After my first meeting, I started sneaking into human villages and watching them. I wanted to know everything about humans and their ways. I built the house to replicate a human dwelling. It is not quite the same. Humans have sawmills and other construction tools that were simply not available to me. I can't believe you built that on your own, she says with awe. It was such a beautiful little cottage. It is the cottage I always dreamed of calling my home one day. When we are safe, I will build one even better, I tell her, and you can decide exactly how you want it. Oh, Zephiro, thank you so much. All I have ever known are the slave quarters, and they are not friendly. You must have suffered so much, I say, anger rising like bile in my throat at the thought of the filthy elves mistreating my woman. It was vile, she says with feeling. We were trained from an early age what would please a dark elf. There was never any pleasure in it. I knew that my only role was to serve their depraved lusts. I feel the heat rise in my chest. I promise I will never let them get you back, I say. The thought of their hands touching her makes me mad. She clings to me, and I can feel my chest becoming damp with her tears. I must protect her at all costs. I wrap my arms around her and let her cry. I want to destroy every dark elf on the planet. The repulsive creatures do not deserve to live. I never knew my parents, she tells me when her crying subsides. We had a dorm madame that guided us and taught us what was required. She was human, but she was bitter and nasty. I think she hated us. We reminded her of how she used to be before the dark elves corrupted her. Her sole aim was to make our lives as miserable as possible. Did you have any friends there? I ask, hoping she had at least one person in her life to show her compassion. There was Doreen when I was little, but she didn't make the grade and was sent off to one of the auction houses. I had to stay with Madame and get trained for the elite. She used to tell me how privileged I was, but I didn't feel it. I guess Doreen would have had it worse wherever she ended up, but I was jealous as hell when she escaped the clutches of Madame. My heart is tight with anger as I listen to her story. How could another human be so wicked to one of her own kind? The elves had provided Madame with an enchanted stick. When she beat me with it, it left no mark, but the pain was excruciating. It felt like it bit deep into my soul. I would feel hollow and empty for days after. That scourge was worse than the touch of the dark elves. I silently add this Madame to the list of people I want to destroy on Sierra's behalf. The only other person I became close to was a stable hand called Philip. He would always have time to listen to my woes. He was like a brother to me. I feel a prickling in my chest at her words. I know I should be grateful that this boy had bought her a modicum of joy and hope in her bleak world. But I'm also upset that anyone else had any claim to her. But one day an elf heard him talk, she goes on, heedless of my discomfort. They dragged him away screaming. I never saw him again. After that, I was locked in my own room and only brought out when they wanted to use me. It was months later that I heard Madame was killed alongside Philip for allowing me too much freedom. What happened after that? Were you allowed out again? I was there for another 2 years before I went to the club I worked at. There, I was sold to a Kuzuth by the name of Elijah Ur. I was being shipped to him when I saw my opportunity to escape and met you, she says. That's why I was so livid that you kept me tied to the bed at first. I'm sorry, I tell her. You were afraid of me and would have run away. It would have gotten you killed if you had managed it. These woods are not friendly to the unwary. I know that now, she says, gently stroking my chest. You are free. You know that, don't you? I will never hold you captive again. You will never need to, she assures me. When I'm well, I will take you wherever you want to go. We can travel if you like, see the world, whatever you want. That would be amazing, she says happily. A wave of exhaustion hits me. I need to sleep, I tell her. Promise me you won't leave me. I promise, I hear her say as my mind drifts away. I will be by your side forever. I don't know if she actually says the last words or if I dream them, but they make me feel content inside.
Chapter 21. Sierra. As I lie there, trying to fight the conscious part of my brain that wants me to wake up, all I want to do is stay right here in this moment. If I open my eyes, I'll be reminded of the cold reality that is my life right now. Memories of what happened earlier flood my mind, distracting me from my anxieties. The sex with Zephiro was amazing. Yeah, we've had sex before, but this was different. There's something about him that excites me. I feel like I could never get sick of sex with him. In fact, I feel myself craving it again already. But it wasn't only the sex. The things we talked about earlier, the way he opened up to me, it made me see him in a new light. It confirmed exactly how I feel about him. I smile to myself, thinking about how mind-blowing all of that was. And I think it says a lot that even in the situation we're in right now, we've been able to have some good moments come out of it. I only hope that we can get out of this alive so that we can experience even more of those moments. I'll do anything to have that. Reluctantly, I open my eyes. Judging by the amount of light I can see outside the cave mouth, I'd say I didn't sleep too long, and it's only afternoon. I look at Zephiro, who's still sound asleep. Good. He needs as much rest as he can get. I'm surprised he was even able to do everything he did earlier today while injured. As I watch his chest moving up and down, I wonder how it was possible for me to fall in love with this being. I never thought I'd fall in love with anyone, let alone a monster. But it turns out that Zephiro is actually the perfect man for me. I love you, I whisper, and I hope I get to stay with you for a long, long time. There's no place I'd rather be than in your arms. I hesitate to reach out and run my fingers along his face, but decide against it because I don't want him to wake up. Sleep is about the only thing that can help him right now. There has to be something I can do for you, I murmur. I begin to worry for his well-being. If he's injured, how are we going to get out of here safely? What if we encounter dark elves again? Or worse, what if they corner us right here in this cave? I know Zephiro is strong, but would he be able to fight them off while he's hurt like this? I can't just sit here while he's hurt. I have to do something. Double-checking that he's still asleep, I carefully get up and inch my way toward the cave opening, listening for any sounds. I can at least go try to find some herbs or something that will aid him in recovering. There has to be something out there that I can use. And at the very least, I need to find some food. We've been holed up here longer than our rations were meant to last. Except there's one problem. I don't know how to hunt, and Zephiro only eats meat. I sigh, deciding that I'll figure that out as I go. Right now, I just need to get out there and find something, anything, that will help us. I look back at Zephiro, feeling a pain in my chest at the sight of him. I really hate this. Turning back around, I force myself to venture out of the cave. I'm incredibly paranoid and aware of my surroundings, just in case someone is near. As I walk around, looking for berries and herbs, I try to be as quiet as possible. If only I had Zephyro's stealth and could move without being detected. Time goes by, and I'm beginning to think I should give up. I haven't come across one single edible thing in this damn forest. But I force myself to keep looking. I just can't go back to that cave with nothing for him, not after everything he's done for me. I stand still and look over everything around me, hoping to spot something, anything. My heart speeds up as I spot something purple up ahead. If it is what I think it is, then I may have lucked out. Please, 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 I chant. I run towards it and see that it's a bush of fialon berries. Not much nutritional value, but it's still food and it'll tide me over for now. I break one open, double-checking that it is indeed fialon. The seeds and juice gush out, purple gloop running down my arm. Unable to wait, I take a few and pop them into my mouth while stuffing 2 handfuls into my pockets for later. The sweet flavour bursts onto my tongue, and I suppress a moan at finally having ingested something. Before moving on, I eat a few more from the bush. Now I just have to find something for Zephiro. I rack my brain for ways I could capture some animal for him to eat, but it's pretty obvious to me that there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. Damn, I mutter. Tears spring to my eyes at the thought of Zephiro dying because I'm so useless that I can't even get him some food to regain his strength. I'm about to give up when I turn a corner and spot a dip in the land ahead. My heart speeds up, and I'm so preoccupied with excitement at what could be that I run towards it, not caring about the noise I'm making. I arrive, seeing it's a ravine. I jump for joy, feeling blessed by the gods for the first time in my life. If I can find some filvet grass, then Zephiro can benefit from its healing properties and maybe regain just enough strength to go out and hunt for his dinner. This is exactly what I need. I search the ravine. As time goes by, my hope dwindles once more. Why did I think it would be this easy? I sink into the grass, letting the tears fall. I'm useless, I whisper. Suddenly, my pity party is interrupted by the sharp snap of a twig coming from the top of the ravine. I quickly hide behind a bush, cursing myself for not being quieter during my temporary moment of giddiness. I squeeze my eyes shut, hoping it's just a suru or perhaps a day. I can smell her over here, a male voice says. My stomach turns and I suddenly feel nauseous. The dark elves have found me. And this time, I'm completely alone. As I sit there trembling behind the bush, I spot it. Filvet grass, just 2 feet away from me. Just my ridiculous luck. I peek out from between some leaves to see 3 dark elves walking along the top of the ravine. There's no way they won't smell me when they get closer, and there's no way I can run without them seeing or hearing me. I'm directly within their line of sight. I hold my breath, hoping this will help. Maybe the wind is moving in the opposite direction, causing my scent to blow away from them. Maybe just this once, things will go my way. The elves continue walking, getting closer by the second. I watch them pass by me, seemingly not scenting me. My heart feels like it's beating in my throat. I could puke right now. Suddenly one of the elves stops, putting a hand out for the rest to follow suit. He tilts his head up towards the sky before turning his head to the right, facing in my direction. "She's here," he finally says, looking around. "And close," another says. "Let's check down there." One of them points at the ravine. The 3 of them jump down and begin walking in the opposite direction of me. With their backs facing me, I decide that I can no longer sit here hoping they won't find me. Something tells me they're about to search every inch of this ravine, and now is my only chance to get the hell out of here before they come back this way. I slowly get out from behind the bush, making sure to not step on anything that will draw attention to me. I creep my way along, not daring a look behind me. Looking will only give me more anxiety, upping my chances of misstepping and getting exposed. Oh, what do we have here? I stop in my tracks, eyes bulging out of my head as I look in the direction of the voice. There's a straggler elf just up ahead. I was so focused on watching the ground that I didn't even see him come into view. With him in front of me and the 3 behind me, I'm completely trapped. There's no way I'll be able to climb to the top of the ravine in time. As an elf, he's probably 10 times faster than me. But I have to at least try. I spring into action, scrambling up the side of the ravine, pretending that I don't hear his spine-chilling laughter. We knew she was down here somewhere, an elf says. I guess the others heard the commotion and came to check it out. I ignore all of this, making my way up as fast as I can. Look at her thinking she's going to get away. How naive is this stupid girl? They all laugh, causing rage to course through my veins. They're making fun of me, right before they capture me and take me back to the very place I've been trying to avoid all along. And there's nothing I can do about it. Okay, enough games. Let's grab her before her monster friend shows up and slaughters us like he did the others. What are you doing out here without him anyways? One of them calls to me. I finally make my way to land, jumping to my feet and breaking out into a run. Ooh, I love a good chase. I can hear them close behind me. A sob breaks loose, much to my dismay, but I keep running. Oh, is she going to cry? Suddenly a hand grabs my hair, yanking me backward. I scream, crashing into the ground at his feet. I look up at his cold, sharp face, shaking and unable to hide my terror. You didn't really think you'd get away from us, did you, sweetheart? He sneers. The elf tightens his grip on my hair before using it to drag me away. I force myself not to cry, refusing to give them the satisfaction. Instead, I stare at the forest floor as I slide through it, trying and failing to grab anything to hold on to. Despite my impending doom, all I can think about is Zephiro, waking up alone in that cave.
Chapter 22. Zephiro. Darkness surrounds me as I open my eyes. I start awake. Sierra, I say, my heart in my mouth. I'm not surprised she does not answer. I instinctively know she is not close. Sierra, I bellow. Sierra, where are you? Fear grips my heart as the inky dark silence fills my senses. Where could she be? There is not even the slightest glow of embers from the fire. My nose tells me it has been out for some time. How long did I sleep? Groping around in the dark, I realize that her bag is gone. For a moment, I am filled with anguish. She has left me. A vision of her loving eyes fills my head and my heart. No, she would not do that. But the cave remains empty and dark, devoid of any sign of her. Sierra, where are you? I moan. My body still feels raw, and my limbs scream in protest at me as I attempt to use them. My fingers probe the wound at my shoulder. It is tender, but I can no longer feel even the lingering sign of infection. Sierra's ministrations have healed me of the foul taint of the dark elves. Feeling along the wall, I make my way back through the tunnels to the entrance. The fresh air revives me. My nose tells me she has passed this way. Sierra, why didn't you listen to me? Where are you? Why did you leave my side? The bright sunlight makes me blink after the total darkness within. When my eyes adjust, I look around desperately. There is no sign of her at the cave mouth. I don't dare call her and risk bringing any lingering elf down upon us, so I follow her scent. She was obviously collecting healing herbs to tend my wounds. I am racked with guilt and anguish at the thought that she put herself in danger on my account. Following her trail further into the woods, I come across a tree laden with ripe fruit. There is evidence of her collecting berries to eat. So, it must have been hunger that drove her from safety. My own stomach echoes the dire need for food. I feel so weak. My body is screaming for nourishment. Her trail winds precariously close to the track. She has wandered too far, my senses say. And then it hits me, the unmistakable scent of elf. Focusing on the pain, I use it to drive me on. The scent of them becomes stronger. There are several of them now. I smell her too. At some point she must have realized they were following her, because her scent changes. Her fear and anxiety are palpable, and I can still smell the scent of our lovemaking on her. I will hurt them so badly if they defile our precious moment. Moving inexorably into the forest, I come to a ravine where all the smells collide. The scent of dark elves is everywhere. There are so many of them. They close in around her from all directions. She didn't stand a chance. There are signs of a struggle. My valiant lady fought them hard before she was taken. I can smell her blood where they hurt her. I can almost taste her tears of rage and fear as they took her captive. There is a shred of torn green dress hanging from the branch of a tree. I take it numbly between my fingers and raise it to my nose. Sierra, my love, I will find you and destroy them all. Anger and frustration pour out of me, and I scream at the sky. Sierra! My roar fills the air, scaring birds into flight. The scent is old, but without pausing, I break into a run. I have to get to her. I feel pain lancing through my body at the exertion, but that is not important. All that matters is her. A hard, cold darkness fills my soul. How dare they take her? How dare they take what is mine? I will kill them all. The trail is interminably long. I feel the wound in my shoulder pull open, and blood pours down my chest as I stagger onward. I do not care. The pain in my body is a mere shadow compared to the pain in my heart. Her scent has led me perilously close to an elven town, and I start to move with more caution. The stench of dark elves is everywhere. Despair fills my heart as I realize they have taken her inside. I pace up and down as images of what they could be doing to her fill my mind. But it would be suicide to follow her into an elven town in broad daylight. Sierra, oh Sierra, where are you? Have they hurt you? Are you okay? Moving around the town, I try to find a weakness. There must be a way in. Every second I am away from her, it feels like my heart is being ripped open and lashed with 1,000 knives. I find myself foolishly taking risks in my haste as I skirt the town. There are a couple of plausible ways I could try to get in, but every one of them is fraught with danger. Finally, my desperation gets the better of me. Sierra, I am coming for you. As I push through the bushes, determined to release her or die trying, I do not see the danger until it is too late. Someone grabs me and drags me down. Cursing, I grapple my assailant, but I am weak and am easily overpowered. Get off me, I yell, thrashing in his grasp. And the realization dawns on me that it is not a dark elf. Be still, you fool, growls another Zori as he leans on my chest. You will get us both killed if you continue your shouting. Who are you? I demand, a mixture of confusion, anger, and hope welling up inside me. I'm Lorganis, the stranger tells me. You can't just march into a dark elf town. You would suffer a lingering death at their hands. He sniffs me. Was that your mate that they took in there? Yes, I tell him. Sierra, I was tracking her. I have to get her back. My eyes flit desperately toward the town. How did they get hold of her? Lorganis asks. We were attacked by dark elves. They wanted to claim her as their property. They nearly beat me, but I managed to fight them off and escape. In the struggle, they injured me rather gravely. The filthy scum, he replies. I bet they poisoned their weapons, too. They did. They nearly had me. Sierra saved my life. She took out the poisoned tip of one of their swords. You know they forged their weapons that way, so that they break off in the wound and fester. If she hadn't got it out, you would have died for sure, Lorganis tells me grimly. That doesn't surprise me, I reply. We hid in the old caves, but she went out against my advice to gather herbs. That was when the filthy bastards took her. I want to kill them all. The urge to run into the town and find her is overwhelming. I bet you would, what with her carrying your cub. I stare at him, struck dumb. I smelt it on her. That's how I knew it was her you were following, he tells me by way of explanation. His words send me reeling. I had assumed that it was the strong scent of our lovemaking that I'd been smelling. I sniffed the air, taking in the scent from her trail. Lorganis is right. She is carrying my child. My heart leaps, and I feel myself swaying. "You didn't know?" he asks, holding out a hand to steady me. "I had no idea," I admit. "I've been so weak. I've spent most of my time since the attack delirious or asleep. I thought she smelt of me because of our closeness in the cave. I have to go in there and get her. It's only Lorganis' restraining hand that holds me back." "Think clearly," he tells me sharply. "You are in no state to take on even one elf, let alone fight your way in there and expect to return with her alive. You'll get yourself killed. I don't care what happens to me. I just have to rescue Sierra and my cub," I tell him. He must understand that. "Stop and think," he tells me. "If you go storming in there, then they will know you're mated. Do you think they'll let her live with your baby in her belly?" A low, despairing moan escapes my lips. "Sierra, I'm so sorry. Be strong. I will find a way to get you."
Chapter 23. Sierra. As I regain consciousness, the smell of rot fills my nostrils. I instantly remember where I was the last time I was awake, and my eyes fly open, wondering where I am now. Before I passed out, I was still being dragged through the forest. For what felt like forever, that elf pulled me by my hair, and at some point, it must have gotten to me. I look around at the dark, musty room they have me in. It's small, with only one window. By the look of it, it's nighttime. I mutter. "This place is disgusting." The floor beneath me is damp and has a weird coating of slime in some places. I find the driest spot in the room and sit down there. The door leading out of the room has no window or bars on it, and I don't even bother getting up to check if it's locked. I already know it will be. How could I let this happen? I should have never left that damn cave. A thought hits me as I think about it. If I hadn't left that cave, then they probably would have tracked my scent there eventually and found both of us. At least this way, I didn't take Zephiro down with me. At least he's safe. Only I know the state he was in when I left. He's still out there, injured and all alone now because of me. How will he recover on his own? As I sit there, cold and shaking, I wonder what he's doing right now. What did he think when he woke up and I wasn't there? It pains me to think that it's possible he will think I left on my own. What if he doesn't find out that the Dark Elves took me? He might think I was pretending to enjoy his company until he fell asleep just so I could escape him. I never got to tell him how I felt about him. He has no idea that I love him. But as the tears leak out of my eyes, a new thought occurs to me. If he thinks I left of my own accord, then maybe he won't come looking for me. He isn't strong enough to come after me. And if he does, then chances are he'll end up dead because of it. I don't want him to die because of me. I know he'll be heartbroken that I left, but eventually he'll get over it, and at least he will be alive while doing it. I can't have his death on my conscience while I'm serving whatever dark elf I'm being sent to. I just can't. Regardless of this new revelation, I'm still heartbroken that he'll never know how I truly feel about him. I should have told him that I loved him in that cave. I should have mustered up the courage. What was I so scared of? It makes me think. How many times in life do we hold ourselves back, overtaken by our fear, only for it to bite us in the arse later on? How often do we regret not taking risks when we have the chance? And why do we never learn? I'm so stupid, I whisper. Suddenly, I hear footsteps shuffling outside of the door, followed by a soft hum. I tiptoe my way over, pressing my ear to the crack of the door. I'm hoping to hear something that will tell me where the hell I am. "She awake yet?" a male voice says. "Not sure. I haven't heard anything, so I don't think she is," I imagine when she wakes, she'll be throwing quite the fit. True. Keep an ear out for anything, though. She's high risk. If we don't get her to that noble this time, we're all dead. There have been way too many failed attempts already. When are we moving her? Well, we've got elves scouring the surrounding area for any trespassers. We can't risk going out there only to be confronted by that monster they say she was with. The Zori are ruthless, and we won't stand a chance with her out there against one of them. Did you hear how many bodies were found in the forest a couple of days ago? I did. How is it possible? When Zori get territorial, nothing will stop them. He's obviously keeping the girl for himself. You think the noble will care that she's been tainted by that monster? She's still in good condition. I don't think he'll care. But if he does, I'm sure he'll get just as much joy out of killing her as he would have taking her. The other elf chuckles in response. I press a hand to my mouth, horrified. It hadn't occurred to me that the elf would just kill me, but it's entirely possible. Would I rather be killed, or spared only to be taken without my consent for as long as I'm valuable to him? At least if I was kept alive, I'd possibly have a chance of escaping one day. But I don't know if I can handle the torture of being owned by another dark elf. Maybe death is better after all. Has anyone thought to make a go at her while we have her here? Who would know? I told you, she's too much of a risk. Besides, the noble would probably smell us on her before we even walked through his door. I cannot believe they're even talking about this. It's like I'm right back to where I was before Zephiro rescued me. I'm nothing but a body to these elves. That's true. What a shame. So you don't know when we're leaving? If they don't find anything out there, then we're moving at the break of dawn. That's only a few hours away. Once they take me out of here, I'm probably going straight to the noble elf. I start to panic, backing away from the door. I can't do this, I whisper, holding my head in my hands. I look around the room, my eyes falling on the window. There's probably someone stationed right outside of it, but it's worth a shot. As I approach the window, I realise that it's too high up. I'll have to jump if I want to reach it. I back up a little, then break into a run, reaching for the windowsill. My fingers slip as I grab it, and I crash into the slimy floor, right on my back. The breath leaves my body, and I gasp for air, clutching my chest. What's going on in there? The door unlocks, and two elves barrel in as I'm still trying to fill my lungs back up with air. One of them grabs me by the shoulders, picking me up and shoving me against the wall, causing more air to leave me. I gasp loudly, eyes widening. I can't breathe. What were you trying to do, huh? Kill yourself? No, look. I think she tried to climb up to the window and then fell. Oh, you thought you were going to escape on us again, huh? Nice try, princess. Not happening. I'll grab some rope. Good thinking. I'll keep the little miss company while you're gone. The elf gets as close to my face as he possibly can, and I can smell the ale still lingering on his rancid breath. If only I was still regaining my breath, then I wouldn't have to smell it. His dark red eyes narrow as he looks at me. You're lucky I can't do you right now, little one. I could make you scream so loud that your little monster lover hears you all the way from here. I spit on his face, so angry that I can't stop myself. You bitch! You really don't know when to stop fighting, he whispers, trailing a finger from my neck down to my navel. His finger continues past my navel, stopping right at my pubic bone. I refuse to let him touch me. I try to shake him off, but this only makes him angry. He grabs my neck, squeezing it as he slams my head back into the wall. That noble elf isn't going to put up with this kind of behaviour, you know. He'll punish you in ways you've never even thought of. A girl doesn't need her tongue to be a good lay, he smirks. In fact, he might even prefer you not to be able to speak. Luckily, the other elf returns with the rope before he can scare me anymore. I try not to think too hard about what he said. Otherwise, I'm going to have a panic attack. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't hit a nerve. The two elves tie the rope around my midsection, pinning my arms under it, flat against my sides. Next, They begin tying my ankles together. I submit, not even bothering to put up a fight. There's no point. That much has become obvious to me. That ought to hold her. Stand right outside the door until we come to get her. Do not leave. The elf I spit on earlier decides to return the favour before leaving the room, and with my arms tied down, there's no way for me to wipe it off of my face. His spit slides down my cheek, over my nose, and down my other cheek as I lay there on my side. All I can do is stare. I feel so defeated that I can't even make myself cry. It's over. It's truly over. There is officially nothing I can do, and I'll never get to see Zephiro again. And he'll never know what happened to me.
Chapter 24. Zephiro. Come, Lorganis orders. I stare at him blankly, my mind racked with sudden realization. I'm going to be a father. If you want to save your woman, follow. There are many questions on my mind, and part of me wonders if Sierra is even still safe. But I don't get any closer to saving her just sitting around, pondering what to do. And, I remind myself, I can still smell her and the child. We move down through the forests, and I begin to realize that we're not heading towards Sierra at all. Where are we going? I ask. I know you can smell her, but she's in the opposite direction. We're not going to your woman, Lorganis says. He is even more cryptic than I am. I follow behind him closely, still uncertain. The forests are quiet, save for the rushing wind that crests over a nearby pond. Where are we going? I ask again. Lorganis clicks his fangs. He's rifling over trees and branches, looking at the ground, trying to find something indeterminate. Where we're going is somewhere you haven't been since the relocation. Relocation? I immediately know what he's talking about. Elven magic is a damned shameful thing, but it does have its uses, Lorganis says. And before I realize what's happening, Lorganis has retrieved a pink crystal from out of a tree hollow. He whispers into it. I try to overhear him, but as I lean over, he huddles away. I watch the forest, quiet and still. The wind blows through the trees in such a way that they all sing at once, their branches and leaves rustling in the wind. I feel at peace here. It takes me back to a simpler time. But as I watch the forest, I suddenly feel my eyes peeling away. The groves and hollows expand and shrink, mounds forming where there were none, and the pristine pond vanishes before my eyes. In place of the forested area I was just looking at, I recognize our huts and caverns cropping up against the neighboring mountains. Blasphemous, I utter quietly. You might think so, Lorganis says. But some of us have longed for some stability. We wanted to live undisturbed, and as long as the Dark Elves don't know what they're looking for, they aren't going to find us. I nod, understanding his point, but still surprised to realize the depth of their trick. I'll call for a meeting, Lorganis says. I think if you want them to listen to you, you're better off making your case. I look at him, perplexed. What do you mean? Why do you think we're here? Lorganis asks. The two of us don't stand a chance against so many elves. Look at what they did to your arm. He gestures down to my arm, but I flex it, clearly demonstrating that it's in perfect shape. He's not convinced. But if you can get the rest of our tribe on your side, maybe we stand a chance of saving your girl. Her name is Sierra. Your girl named Sierra, then. We walk into the now revealed village. It is going to be a bit awkward. Some of the Zori I have not seen in many years since I left the village to go on my own. And there are still some who view that as treasonous. If I can offer you one piece of advice, Zephiro, don't forget about the heart of it all. I nod, not quite understanding his meaning. As I approach the huts, which line the side of the mountain, nested in a quiet fog, Immediately, Gradius steps out. "You've got some nerve," Gradius says. "I told you to stay hidden, and you've come right to our doorstep." He turns to look around me. "Relax, Gradius," Lorganis says. "We are still well hidden behind the veil. They will not find us." But Gradius pays no heed to Lorganis. "Where is your woman, Zephiro? I smell her on you, but I don't see her." "That's actually why I've come," I reply. I look at Lorganis, who nods his affirmation. "I've come to talk to the village about a pressing matter." "You lost your right to speak here when you abandoned us, Zephiro," Gradius says. "I'll be the judge of that." A voice booms from out of one of the neighboring huts. I crane my neck over Gradius to see a hunched male form approaching. "You look a little worse for wear, Zephiro," Scovia says as he joins us. "Why don't you tell us what's on your mind?" He gathers the Zori in the center of the village, near the drinking well. Dozens of Zori I haven't seen, and some cubs I've never met, all circle around me and Lorganis. Lorganis shuffles off into the crowd. I realize I actually miss his calming presence. "Now what is the matter?" Gradius asks. Sokovia wags his gnarled finger. "You are still far from the elder, Gradius," he says. "You will let him speak." I nod, smiling down at Sokovia. I think I see him wink back. "As you know, I left you many years ago to go off on my own," I say, standing fully upright. I can see the scornful expression on Gradius's face, but he doesn't interject. "I was finding myself outside of the tribe. I won't justify what I did, but I need you to hear me. Some of the cubs have gotten restless. Their mothers play with their branch-like arms, doing what they can to entertain them. I have fallen for a human." The crowd gasps, Scovia included. "I hope you will hold your judgments." It's then that I remember Lorganis's advice. I look down at the crowd and how prized all of the cubs are within our tribe. I feel warmth in my chest. "I would not normally ask for your help, but I believe it concerns all of us because she's bearing my cub." The tone immediately shifts. A silence overtakes the crowd. "And she has been taken by dark elves, who would use her body and—" "I'm sorry, Zephiro," Gradius says. "I had no idea." He defers to the elder, ensuring he didn't speak out of turn. Sokovia simply nods. "It's okay," I say. "Until recently, I didn't either." "Is there anything else, Zephiro?" Sokovia asks. I nod. "They know how to hurt us," I say. "They attacked me with enchanted weapons. I knew their spells could do damage, but I didn't think they'd be prepared for me." "Very well," Scovia says. "Well, I have made my judgment, but I'd like for our tribe to deliberate on this." "What are you expecting us to do about it?" Gradius asks suddenly. "Gradius, Scovia tries to silence him, but fruitlessly. "No, you've already said that they know how to kill us. Why would we then descend on them, knowing our lives are in the balance?" "Because she is carrying his cub," Lorganis says. "He already said that." "His cub, who would doubtlessly be raised away from the tribe anyway," Gradius says. "I have a family here." He gestures to his wife, Iloris, who is holding back 3 cubs. "Many of us do," Gradius adds. "So what makes your cub so special?" I look at Lorganis for guidance, but he's shrugging his shoulders. There's a commotion in the crowd as people debate amongst themselves, with loved ones and cubs, what to do. I try to speak over the noise. "I will gladly go back in by myself," I declare. "Because that is my child, and Sierra is my mate, and in this life you fight to preserve your bonds." The crowd quiets. "I know I left many of you. Maybe you feel like I abandoned you. And if that's the case, I'm sorry. But if I've ever meant anything to you, anything at all, it would mean everything to me if you'd stand and fight." Lorganis rejoins my side. I knew you had it in you, he says, nudging into my visible ribcage. Far be it from me to invoke the rules of the Elder, Zkovia says, coming from out of the crowd to approach me and address the crowd. I will not tell any of you what to do in this matter, but I think it's best for the tribe if we join Zephiro. I notice suddenly that the crowd has turned their attention back toward the village entrance, focused on a sudden burst of light. A nimble, agile Zori, Varek approaches us, moving immediately towards Skovia. He whispers in Skovia's ear, nodding to confirm everything he's hearing. The whispers are so quiet, all I'm able to pick out is elves. Varek walks away before he can contribute to our discussion. Zekovia's face is stern and white. We've just received news from our scout, Skovia says. Some dark elves have entered the area with a human female. Of particular interest, the female was carrying our scent. The severity of the situation is present on every face in the crowd, and I realize, with some guilty elation, that I might not be fighting alone after all. They're moving her at dawn, Skovia adds. So if we want to retrieve her, now is the time. Zekovia walks slowly away from the crowd, picking up a gnarled walking cane. He addresses me. Well, are you coming? Ultimately, nobody stays behind. Even Gradius realizes that the Dark Elves have come a little too close to discovering the tribe. We gather outside the settlement when the moon hangs high, careful not to alert the elves to our presence. Chapter 25. Zephiro. We've got your back, one of the Zori tells me, patting me on the back. We'll get Sierra and our cub back. It warms my heart to see the tribe coming through for me like this, and it reminds me why being a part of a tribe is so important. I've been separated from one for so long that I forgot how good it feels. But now is not the time to reflect on that. It's almost midnight, which is the time that we agreed to begin our attack. A group of Zori will be with me, and another group on each side of the Dark Elf territory. Everyone is under specific orders to signal me if they find Sierra first. The scent of her out here is overwhelming, and I don't know how I missed my cub's scent on her this morning. Now it's all I can smell. Well, that and fear. Lots of fear. I don't even want to know what the elves have been doing to her all this time. I just hope she's still alive. And if anything happened to our cub before I even had a chance to tell her that she was carrying it, I'd be setting out to kill every last dark elf on Protheka. Okay, let's go, I order the Zori waiting behind me. We spread out and barrel forward, exposing ourselves to the elves standing guard. They sent a pack of them out earlier to search the surrounding area, but they weren't smart enough to know exactly where to look for us. It was funny watching them try, though. The elves immediately jumped down from their posts, calling out for backup and drawing their swords. I slaughter my way through the elves, wasting no time at all. The faster I can find her, the better. Around me, the tribe helps by doing most of the killing so that I can focus on finding Sierra, but I still relish ripping a few heads off here and there. Where is she? I yell. I rip a door off its hinges, running inside and killing anyone in my path as I search each and every room. When I find nothing in the first building, I head for the next one. Not in there. Gradius grabs my arm. I stare holes into him, deciding whether or not to trust him. I would never lie to you. I already checked, and I know her scent well from when I came to your cottage. She isn't in that one. Try another. The rest are still being checked, he tells me. I nod my head, running in the opposite direction toward a building that looks pretty promising. It's the biggest one, and outside, the elves seem to be guarding it pretty heavily. I run as fast as I can, a feeling deep inside of me screaming that this is where she is. As I get closer, her scent grows stronger. This has to be it. When I approach, a rush of elves runs outside, joining the ones already guarding it. One in particular runs forward, meeting me. You're not getting inside this one. Yes, I am. Move or be killed. Actually, you're going to get killed either way. The brood of our men are in there. If you go in, you're dead. I'd turn around now if I were you. I use only one hand to snap his neck, no longer willing to hear his chatter. He was clearly just trying to hold me off. A group of Zori joins me as I run forward, aiming for the main entrance. Elf after elf tries to stop us, none of them succeeding. You have to give these bastards credit for trying, even though they know what the result is going to be. I run through the halls, checking every door I see. This building is like a maze. We have to split up if we want to cover more ground. I don't want them sneaking her out of some back door now that they know we're in here, I tell them. You're right. You guys branch off and I'll stay with Zephiro, Senrith says. Senrith and I continue the search, taking the west side of the building. Suddenly I stop. I can smell her. She's close. I inhale, catching a full whiff of her and my cub. My heart races. I'm finally going to get her back. As we follow the scent, my excitement turns into anger at the thought of anyone else near my cub, even if it is unborn. We turn a corner to see two elves guarding a room. They're dead before they even have a chance to raise their swords. I make to open the door, but it's locked. I don't want to potentially injure Sierra by breaking down the door, so I search the dead guards for a key. Seconds later, I find one and unlock the door as fast as I can. I fling the door open, only to see a dark elf standing there, grinning. I'm afraid you just missed her, he declares. My vision turns red, and I pounce on him, ripping his heart out before tearing his head off with my teeth. What a fool, I mutter. They did that to trick us, Senrith says. I can still smell her in this hall. I say we keep searching down here. I follow him down the hall, the scent getting impossibly stronger. They must have really wanted to stall me. And for what? Did they think I would just give up? Here, I say, ripping a door open. Sure enough, Sierra is inside. I'm so happy to see her that it takes a moment to notice the elf holding her against his chest, a knife at her throat. Step any closer and she dies, he says. Clever. I laugh. But you won't even be able to make the first slice before I reach you. Do you really want to chance that? Do you? Let her go, and maybe I'll spare you. Your brothers out there didn't get that offer. Would you like to join them? Even if you let me go, another of your kind would kill me. Not if I told them not to. I pretend like I'm negotiating, but I'm really just stalling for time, terrified of my girl getting hurt. I can feel Senrith sneaking up behind me. If I can distract this guy, maybe Senrith can get in there and disable him so I can grab Sierra. Zephiro! Sierra's voice shakes. Zephiro, you have to get out of here. You're going to get killed. Ha! Your own girl doesn't even have faith in you. Zephiro, please, don't listen to him. You have to leave. They have an entire army. I don't want you to die for me. Trust me, my love. Their army has nothing on my tribe. I didn't come alone, Sierra. You don't have to worry about me. I came to get you, and I'm not leaving without you. Oh, sweet. Just like your girl, the elf says, licking the side of her neck and moaning. He then closes his eyes, burying his nose in her hair and inhaling. While he's distracted, Senrith sneaks out from behind me, and we strike together. The elf's eyes pop open just as I land in front of him, and he immediately moves his blade from Sierra's neck right into my side. I can feel my old wound opening up, but I can't think about that right now. I've almost got my girl back. Nothing can stop me. I grab Sierra, shielding her with my body and barreling out of the room with her. Senrith will finish him off. Once out of the room, I turn to Sierra. Senrith, having finished, comes out and stands guard for us. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I ask her. Zephiro, your wound. She gasps, pointing at my side. I look down, noticing all of the blood for the first time. At the same time, I start to really feel it. The weakness is setting back in, and I know that I don't have much time to get out of here. I won't be able to handle another fight like this. "You're going to die," she sobs, throwing her arms around me. No, I'm not. I promise you, everything is going to be okay. We're together again." She pulls away from me, an odd expression taking over her face. "Look, there's something I've been thinking about a lot since I was recaptured. I've been regretting the fact that I never told you how I really feel about you. But I can't wait one more second. I love you, Zephiro. I love you so much, and I can't believe it took me this long to say it." "Sierra," I say, brushing the tears off of her cheeks. "I love you too. You're safe now. We're going to get out of here and start our life together." She nods before both of our attention is turned to a Zori running down the hall towards us. As he gets closer, I recognize that it's Lorganis. He stops right in front of us, wiping the blood off of his mouth before speaking. "They're all dead. Every last one of them. The noble elf arrived, demanding to be brought to her." "The noble elf is here?" Sierra asks, trembling. Lorganis shakes his head, opening his mouth to speak, but I cut him off. "It's okay, baby. He will never touch you. You're with us now. The tribe will protect you." "Besides, he was here," Lorganis explains. "Well, his body still is, but I doubt you need to worry about that." She looks up at me, delight slowly spreading through her features as she realizes she's free. The elf who claimed her is dead. At this moment, I know that all of this, the bloodshed, the injuries, all of it was worth it for her. I will always do whatever it takes for her, and now for our cub too, no matter the cost.
Chapter 26. Sierra. There's so much blood. Out of wounds encased in burns, blood pools gently around Zephiro's torso and arms. For the elves to penetrate his hard skin, they clearly incinerated at the same time that they stabbed him, their weapons guided by a strange magic. "Here, use some of these," Zechovia says, approaching me with long, stretching pink vines. I take the vines from him. They are sticky in my fingers and very unwieldy. "How do I use these?" I ask, feeling stupid. Zechovia gestures to a mortar and pestle, before hunching over it slowly with a small piece of the vine. He grinds it up. It's incredibly soft and does not look like it should be ground, but I trust Zechovia's knowledge. I've heard from other people here that he's the oldest Zori in existence. "Why don't I grind while you apply pressure?" Zechovia suggests, before taking the vines and moving with a dexterity unlike anything I've ever seen. He moves so awkwardly and with such difficulty normally that to see his nimbleness here is somewhat surprising. "You're going to be okay," I whisper to Zephiro. "You promised you were going to be okay, so I need you to fight." We rushed away from the settlement before they could send reinforcements, knowing that the losses would be great if we stayed. "You don't need to worry yourself," Zechovia says, taking a finely ground sap from out of the mortar and rubbing it over Zephiro's wounds. "Zephiro has been through far worse than this. He just needs his rest." I look at the wounds, which would very clearly kill a human, in disbelief. The sap starts to take hold, and the burn marks around the wounds sizzle, beginning to vanish with a popping noise. "I thought he was going to die," I whisper. Zechovia emits a raspy, hearty laugh. "We Zori are much more formidable than your kind. I don't think there's anything that could take us down without our permission." "But Zephiro's mother," Zechovia clicks his fangs. "He told you about her." I nod. That was a very different situation. It was far from a fair fight. "Are you telling stories about me without my permission, Zechovia?" I turn suddenly to see Zephiro's eyes open. "I'll just leave this here," Scovia says, gesturing toward the mortar and pestle filled with pink sap. Try reapplying that after the sun rises, and again when it's highest in the sky. Wait! Where are you going? Scovia smiles at me, leaning liberally on his walking cane. I figure you'll want some time alone, Scovia says. I'm not urgently needed anymore. Thank you, I say quietly. Scovia nods, ambling slowly out of the dimly lit hut. Told you I'd be fine, Zephiro says, grinning. I want to slap him playfully, but then I see the wounds that cover his body. Instead, I lean in and embrace him, careful not to put too much pressure on him. Our mouths intermingle. I missed his warmth so much. I realise with some elation that I don't have to worry about losing him forever and never getting to kiss him again. I break our kiss, looking Zephiro deep in his black eyes. I swear that looking into them, I can see the whole universe. The flecks of moonlight that enter through the top of the thatch roof look like stars as they hit his eyes. I can see everything in them. You don't have to be so careful, you know, Zephiro says. I'm not going to break. I already told you. Superior healing capabilities, I know, I say. It seems like you always overstate those, given how many times I've had to nurse you to health. Maybe I'm just playing up my wounds because I like my healer. I chuckle, leaning gingerly on his shoulder. I could easily fall asleep like this, even standing up. I feel safe. There's something I wanted to talk to you about, Zephiro says. I pull away from him, opening my eyes and fighting drowsiness. What is it? Zephiro looks at the entrance to the hut, as though making sure nobody is watching. Has anybody told you yet? He asks. Told me what? I can see his mind turning. He looks like he wants to dismiss the conversation suddenly. Told me what, Zephiro? Oh, the village is shielded by an elven artifact, so we're safe in here. I give him a questioning look. Was that really what you wanted to tell me? He nods. I know that, Zephiro. I walked here. I laugh. You sure you're feeling all right? Right. So the thing I wanted to talk to you about, Zephiro says. I stand by his side patiently, waiting for him to find the words. Like I told you, we were always going to be fine out there. I know. But still, it kind of makes you think about life a little bit, doesn't it? One minute you have everything, and the next, it's all up in the air, and you don't know up from down anymore. Are you okay, Zephiro? What I'm trying to say, Zephiro continues. Well, I was wondering if you wanted to have a cub. Like an Urson cub. That can get pretty dangerous, can't it? He shakes his head. Not an Ursane cub. My cub. My mind spins. Is that even possible? You mean like your child? I ask. Or children? I try to think, not sure which question to ask first. I just figure life's so short and everything's so fragile. Zephiro attempts to explain himself, but it's entirely unnecessary. I smile. But we were always going to be fine though, right? Of course. He laughs. So how does that work? You're a lot bigger than I am, and we're incredibly different. The Zori have always been able to breed with humans, Zephiro says. In fact, there are stories, myths, and legends that we may have come from humans many eons ago. I try to wrap my head around that, but it's not coming to me easily. But anatomically, how does that work? I ask. The thought of a young Zephiro running around our house puts a smile on my face. I think of raising him, showing him how the world works away from prejudice and away from the peering eyes of dark elves. Perhaps it's what I've always wanted, and I just never realised it. I mean, you're very large, I add, and I've seen you're young. They're not small by any means either. We have a special ceremony, Zephiro says. It's been passed down through generations from my ancestors. It will fortify your body, and by the end of it, you'll be much stronger. So that it wouldn't hurt so much. Zephiro nods. If you need more time to think about it, take it. I just thought I'd bring it up. He looks disappointed, and I realise that through semantics, I've stifled my initial reaction. He stares at the wall of the hut, clearly lost in thought. Zephiro. He turns back to me. I'd love to have your children. A smile crosses his face, and I can tell he's trying to suppress his giddiness at the thought. That makes me very happy, he says. I'm sorry that I didn't make that clear enough. The idea was just a little new to me. Fighting the obvious pain, Zephiro immediately leans into me, kissing me with passion. I wrap my arms around his shoulders. How could I be so lucky? I had thought for certain that my love for Zephiro was an abomination, that I was entering into some forbidden contract, loving a monster. But the makers of this world saw fit to enable our love. They made us biologically compatible, allowing us to experience love and life together. I only hope that when we do have children, they never know the pain I experienced. I hope they never have to acquiesce to the whims of cruel elves who see them as lesser. There is one more piece of news I have, though, Zephiro says as we separate. I wait for him to speak. Please don't keep me in suspense. I've been through a lot and I really just need a nap. Remember when I was asking you if they told you and clued you into the magic that surrounds this place? That was a very weird thing that happened 2 minutes ago, yes, I reply. He bites his lower jaw. I may have been fibbing a bit. Outside, I think I noticed Scovia shuffling around and realised that perhaps he never really left. Has he just been waiting, listening in? When we were trying to save you from the elves, I worried it might have been a lost cause. I worried I'd lose you forever. My blissful smile fades at the thought of the events that just transpired. Is there a reason you're bringing this up now? I ask. I just want to... There is, Zephiro replies. Because the thing that helped us find you was the scent of another Zori, leading us directly to you. I can't hide my confusion. What do you mean another Zori? Like you had a scout with me or something? Zephiro smiles. Sierra, he says. The reason we were able to track you was that you're carrying my cub. My jaw drops unconsciously. Wait, so all that preamble, all those questions. The birth of a Zori needs to be blessed by the tribe and by the mother, Zephiro says. If you had said you didn't want to carry a baby, you didn't have to. But I'm going to be a mother. I can feel tears welling up in my eyes at the sudden revelation. Yes, Sierra, and by carrying my child we are bound forever on this mortal plane. He grins widely, this time not trying to contain his happiness. You're my mate. As the sun rises, we embrace, my mind spinning with joy. Zephiro is all I have, and now we're going to be one, united forever. And we'll be adding one more to our family. I'm just waiting to wake up in Club Riel because all of this still feels like a dream. Can my life really be this good?
Chapter 27. Zephiro. She wants to be mine. She wants to deliver my cub. She wants us together as a family. I'm so incredibly happy that she is choosing this, in spite of the trials that lie ahead for her. She is doing this because she loves me. My heart feels full. I capture her mouth with mine. I cannot get enough of her. Her taste, her smell, the feel of her. I want more. I want to be inside of her. As I deepen the kiss, I feel her body melt into mine. The passion between us is almost overwhelming. I take her hand and lead her to the bed, laying her down gently. I start to remove her clothes, taking in every inch of her body as it's revealed to me. Every time I see her, I'm amazed at her beauty, and tonight is no exception. I can feel her heart racing as I kiss my way down her neck and to her ribcage. Her moans are like music to my ears. Just when it was getting good, right? We've got you covered. Head over to worldsofprotheka.com and use code YouTube30 for all the sultry details you can't see here. Enjoy some bonus content to boot that will get your heart racing. Now back to our story. I kiss her neck, enjoying the feeling of her heart beating under my lips. She's my world, and I want to make sure she knows that. I tell her so. She smiles contentedly and kisses me again. I'm content to stay here forever. She curls up against my chest, and we fall asleep. Tomorrow I know that I have a lot to deal with, but right now, all I want to do is leave it all behind and lie in bed with her. She is the only thing in my head, and the one thing I want. I love her more than anything, and I know I will never be able to live without her again.
Chapter 28. Sierra. Where are we going? This has been quite an expedition. We've travelled across miles of scenery, through forests and over mountains, accompanied by a large band of dozens of Zori. Gradius opted not to travel with us, but roughly everybody else in the village, and even some from neighbouring bands and fringe territories, all follow Zephiro. He moves incredibly slowly for the sake of his own health, making the journey even longer. To a sacred place, Zephiro says. So you've told me, but this sacred place isn't across the ocean or anything, right? He laughs. As I told you, we're mostly nomadic. We've come far from our original home. I think back to the original cave that we found. You mean the cavern? That would be a bit morbid, don't you think? No. There's another place important to our lineage. It's... He pauses. Well, you'll see when we get there. For countless miles, we've been moving across the cliffs overlooking the ocean, staring down at rushing rapids. I could fall asleep just watching the scenery, taking in the foam that sprays up onto the stony beaches and the birds that coast calmly through the skies. I feel a raindrop on my shoulder, and immediately I'm taken back to that day. It feels like a lifetime long ago. I remember the stormy skies overhead as I looked upon the faces of those 4 savage elves. I coil back, expecting to be upset by the thought, but it almost doesn't feel like my life anymore. The sky is grizzled and dark, a faint line of sunlight poking out from among the clouds and casting an undulating line of white across the ocean. We travel slightly southeast, and I see a large mound jutting out of the ground ahead. From where I'm looking, its edges appear rounded and harsh. We approach, and I can see how the mounds seem to encircle a deep and empty area. I realise immediately that we're standing beside a large crater covered in fog. Its contents are entirely obscured to me. Zephiro struggles up the mound, placing his walking stick about 2 feet up for guidance before using it to lift himself. Mind your step now, Zephiro says. Zephiro steps up with little difficulty, offering his hand. He hoists me up, and I get a better glimpse of the ravaged landscape. What happened here? I ask, looking at the crater before me. Nobody's really sure. Some say dragons breathed fire down, and it melted the world. Some say it was the work of gods. Zephiro lowers himself, stepping downward along a long, spiralling shelf that seems to lead into a cavern along the crater's edge. This is the way down, Zephiro says. Follow me carefully. I hate to think of the fall down should I trip. I don't know how deep this crater goes, but I can only guess hundreds or thousands of feet. I reach the point where I can see into the cavern, following Zephiro in, and I'm almost overwhelmed. I expect the cavern to be incredibly dark, but all along the walls are a series of crystals that seem to emanate their own light in every neon hue imaginable. As I turn my head away from the sight, looking out at the lone, grasping tree overhanging the crater behind me, it's almost burnt into my retinas. Somewhere nearby, water drips. The chirops flap wildly overhead, their thin, skeletal forms casting shadows against the ceiling, illuminated by the crystals below. We're led down a series of natural ramps, and the more we travel, the hotter it seems to get. All along the walls are snaking tunnels that lead to unknown destinations. They say you can travel across oceans through these caves, Zephiro says. I've never done it myself because everything I've ever wanted is right here, but it's still fun to think about. Do the elves ever come through here? I ask. I feel like such a large landmark might be hard to miss. He shakes his head. The elves don't care, the crystals have no value, and there are far less dangerous ways to travel. He thinks for a second before continuing. Plus, they really don't seem to like to travel underground for some reason. I nod in response. We reach a point where the caverns all seem to converge, and I'm suddenly confused. It seems like there's a natural light source coming from outside this cavern, though I know it's impossible. I remember stormy skies overhead. But as Zephiro leads us out of one central tunnel, I realise that it wasn't my imagination. There's a light source overhead, almost unidentifiable, that shines on us like the sun. The world beyond the fog, above the crater, might as well not exist down here. Before us stands a picturesque meadow with creatures that seem almost too strange for Protheka and flora I've never seen above. The trees are different from any I've ever seen before, their thin trunks leading to spindly leaves that spin out from the tops. Strange red fruit dangles from the leaves. What is this place? I ask, suddenly overwhelmed. That's most people's first reaction, Zephiro says, chuckling. Our people consider it the cradle that birthed us many eons ago. He leads us toward a large rock platform that seems to have been chiselled out of the ground and used for ceremonial purposes, then stands us on it, moving us into place facing away from each other. There are mounds of rock all around us, forming lines and pieces of walls. I realise that this must have been a temple a long time ago. Zephiro begins to talk, the large crowd of Zori standing in the distance. We come to the cradle to request a blessing, Zephiro says. From the earth and among the dirt, we emerged millennia ago, blessed to exist. When we grew curious and bored, we spread out, fighting wars and staking our claims on the land above. But our departure was a betrayal of the Earth Maiden. So great was her pain that she laid a curse and severed our bond. From then on, we ceased to emerge from the soil, and as we spread and fought, our numbers dwindled. Today we beseech the Earth Maiden, bless Sierra. Zephiro moves over, tapping me on the shoulder with an ornate branch, and bless Zephiro. He shambles away from me, and though I don't dare turn my back to look, I know he's probably tapping on Zephiro's shoulder with the same branch. Enable the power of creation, Zephiro says. Bless Sierra and Zephiro with the gifts that lay dormant within them. Guide Zephiro with the wisdom of the Earth Maiden, and give Sierra the might of the Blood Goddess. Entwine their vision and fuse their strength. As they lock eyes, let two become one. He pauses for a moment. Sierra, Zephiro. Lock eyes and unite. Turn your shoulders and face one another. Gingerly, I turn my body, tilting my chin upward to ensure my eyes meet Zephiro's. The strange sunlight shines on him beautifully, though I still can't identify its source. It peels over the visible sinew that covers his body like branches, highlighting him in multiple places. I remember when he used to terrify me. In a strange way, I suppose he still does, but I've come to see that fear as beautiful. And inexplicably, I feel a burst of energy filling me like a powerful drug. It seemingly radiates into me from the light above. I'll give you each an opportunity to talk before we seal the blessing, Zephiro says, smiling. He uses his walking stick as support. At first I don't know what to say, so I'm glad when Zephiro talks. I didn't know what I wanted before I met you, Zephiro growls. I had spent decades finding myself among the forests, eating from orcs and elves alike to stay alive. It was a hollow existence. I stare deep into the two black voids on his face, and I think I see eternity in them. But then I saw you, and I knew. I didn't know how I knew, I just did. You were beautiful and fantastic, as though sent to me by the gods. But you were barely of this world. You hadn't been tainted by it, even though it took so much from you. It took a lot to make you see what I saw in you. But I'm glad I did, because I couldn't imagine going on without you. He pauses. And I promise to safeguard you forever because I don't want to live in a world where you don't exist. I smile, almost overtaken by him. He hadn't told me what his life was like before meeting me. At the most important moment of my life, I almost don't have words. Scovia turns to me. I realise everybody expects me to speak now, and for a second I tense up. Then I know exactly what to say. You saved me from the world, Zephiro. I think of ending it there. It's succinct enough that it works on its own. I could say you pulled me from a dark place, or the moment I met you was the darkest point in my life. But then, it was kind of all dark, so I think it's less that you rescued me and more that you were a light. You reminded me that the world was bright and pulled me out of the shadows. I don't know how I kept from giving up all that time, but I think it's because I could see you coming, even before I met you, and I knew that you were worth fighting for. And I will keep fighting every day because you give meaning to life. I smile at Zephiro, and he smiles back at me. Then by the will of the gods, Scovia says, place your right hand on your chest and accept their blessing. I oblige, and the energy that flows through me is unlike anything I've ever felt. Today we celebrate life, so that life may continue. We honour our dead, who enable us to live. Chapter 29. Sierra. I feel different, attached, if that makes sense. The mating ceremony is complete. Zephiro and I are bonded now. I will bear our cub with no issues. I have his love and he has mine. No one can take that away from us. I know he'll protect me and our family from the dark elves and from whatever other obstacles head our way. I no longer fear any of that. I look forward to our future. I look forward to meeting our children. Right now, I look forward to consummating our ceremony. I smile up at him, revelling in his sheer size and masculinity. He's strong and perfect. There's nothing about him that I don't enjoy. There's nothing I don't appreciate. I run my hands along his steel-like chest, my fingers trailing down the whirling muscles. His breath hitches as I take my time exploring his body. My gaze locks with his, the intensity of his stare enough to make me shiver. His eyes darken with desire as he takes in my every move. He pulls me closer, his lips crashing onto mine in a fierce kiss. His hands roam my body, his touch igniting a fire deep within me. I moan into his mouth, the sound muffled by the intensity of his kiss. I feel like drowning in him. We break apart, gasping for air, our eyes meeting once again. I see the love and desire in his eyes, and I mirror it back to him. Slowly he lowers himself down to the forest floor, pulling me with him. I straddle him, taking control as I run my hands over his broad shoulders. I lower my lips to his neck, nipping and biting at his skin. His deep growl sends shivers down my spine as he grips my hips, urging me to move. The rest of this chapter is not for the faint of heart, but we know you can handle it. We're giving you full access to the steamy, unabridged version at worldsofprotheka.com. Use code YouTube30 for fantastic savings on all the details. Now, where were we? Chapter 30. Sierra. I need you to push, Sierra. You can't give up now. In the early morning, the sun barely peeks out over the horizon, edging into the hut in slivers. On the table are a variety of herbs I've never seen before, brought up from the cradle, which have all eased the pain and potential complications of pregnancy. Going through regular childbirth is one thing, but childbirth with a Zori? I've never experienced regular pregnancy, but this has been very challenging. I was told that this was going to be easy, and I can't imagine what I might have gone through without the power the Zori conferred on me. But it still feels like too much. Zephiro grips my hand tightly, while Zephiro urges me through this suffering. I worry that I'm not going to make it. Not only do I worry that I'm not going to make it, but I worry that I might wake up back in the club to find out that all of this was an illusion. Sierra. Zephiro can see as my eyes close, and I nearly drift off into sleep. The pain at my core is almost too immense to bear. I just want to rest. I'm here with you. Stay awake and push. Take deep breaths, Sokovia says. All of this will be over soon. You're doing great. I can't be weak through this, no matter how lethargic I feel. This is the biggest moment of my life. I open my eyes as wide as I can, and I push with all of my might, screaming in spite of myself. Breathe in and out, Sokovia advises. That's it. You're doing wonderfully. I look out at the beautiful sunrise as I hear the calming sounds of the parvos, swooping overhead and crying out. I take deep breaths to try to center myself. I hear screaming that isn't my own. It's shrill, but my heart melts, and it becomes real to me. I've given birth. My child screams. I hear a snipping noise, and I feel tremendous relief that it's over. By the Earth Maiden's grace, Zephiro says, as he looks down at the miniature Zephiro the doctor is cleaning. I can tell from where I'm lying that Zephiro has fallen in love. I turn my head to the side to see him gushing over the young Zori, who hasn't stopped screaming. Zephiro approaches the baby, but Sokovia sways him away. The testosterone is so high in Zephiro that I think he might just fight Sokovia here for dissuading him from seeing his child. You may remember that we still need to perform the fortification ritual, Sokovia says. Don't worry. You'll be holding your little ones in no time at all. I thought for a brief moment he said little ones, but I realise he must have just misspoken. When do you think we'll be able to bring him home? Zephiro asks. Sokovia laughs as Jennel, our nurse, comes into the hut to take over. She seems very different from the Zori baby she's holding. Her body is small and smooth like mine, and it impresses me that she can pick him up at all. I'll let you know when I know, Sokovia says before returning to me. I grow very confused as he approaches the delivery position, waiting between my legs. Okay, Sierra, I just need you to keep pushing. What are you talking about? Zephiro asks suddenly. Sokovia looks at Zephiro, his voice rasping in surprise. You're carrying at least one more child, Sokovia says. So I need you to keep pushing. This will all be over soon. Zephiro rushes over, his every footstep shaking the hut. He grips my hand tightly. You couldn't have told us this sooner? I look over at my child currently being held by the nurse. The crying has stopped momentarily. I push, with everything in me. Minutes feel like hours, and every minute I push through the pain with the memory of my first child's face. I know that the complications caused by a Zori pregnancy are almost eliminated by going through the mating ceremony, but I still can't help but worry. After being pushed through the process one more time, Sokovia pulls another large Zori child out of me. I start to wonder what we're going to name them. Giving a name to them at all almost feels trivial, because there are no words to convey the miracle that they are to me. We had already settled on Saphus for a boy, after Zephiro's grandfather, but we weren't expecting twins. Honestly, I'm not sure that I expected to live through this. I thought something would go horribly wrong. Our second child is whisked away right as the first is brought back to us, having undergone the rituals. With how much Zephiro paces around the hut, I think he really just wants to be back home, where he knows he can help and be with his children in peace. I'm incredibly appreciative of what you've done, Sokovia. Thank you, Zephiro says. But will we be able to go home soon? But Sokovia is still standing beside me, analysing me carefully. I think you can tell, Zephiro, and I'm sorry, Sokovia says. Her hormone levels are still elevated, and they're not dropping. What does that mean? I ask. Zephiro looks at me and I start to worry before realizing that he's not wearing a look of concern but of wonder. In a human pregnancy, this might be normal, Zephiro says. Your hormone levels stay elevated for a while. Your stomach takes time to shrink. I hang on Zephiro's every word, just listening to the calm wind and the waking village outside. But you're not done yet, Zephiro says. What are you talking about? Zephiro asks. Clearly she's done. She's had twins. We haven't had Zori twins in either of our lifetimes, no, Zephiro says. It's been a millennium at least. Zephiro meets my eyes. What I really need you to do is push one more time, Zephiro says. There's another child inside of you. I'm struggling to think straight. I don't know if I can do this anymore, I say. But Zephiro interjects. Yes, you can, he says, while Genel cleans my second child. What you're doing is miraculous, and there's nobody stronger than you in this entire village. He returns to me once more, clutching my hand even harder. So, not just for me, but for the sake of the better world we're going to build together, can you please fight a little longer? I close my eyes, take a deep breath one more time, and start pushing. I try not to think about how vulnerable I feel or the doubts that cycle through my mind. Am I really going to be a good mother? How do we thrive in a world filled with the cruelty of dark elves? I hear screaming again, but it's not the harsh, roaring scream of a Zori. It's the scream of a human child. And I start to panic. Something's wrong, Zephiro, I say through laboured breathing. I swear I didn't. The odds of a female child being Zori are extremely low, Zephiro says, reassuring me. Most female children are humans like you. Zephiro smiles at me and I heave a sigh, just realising how much I still have yet to learn about Zori culture. It's been 7 months and still, many aspects of Zephiro's past and identity remain a mystery to me. I smile back at him. I don't know why I keep expecting everything to go wrong. Even after all this time, the things I've experienced since meeting Zephiro feel too good to be true. I close my eyes for a moment, and suddenly I'm entrenched in a world of dreams. We're at the cradle, and Lucy is running around a tree, chasing Brennick and Saphus. We always remind them to be kind and careful to her, because she doesn't have all of their strength. The sunlight shines down on us from the unknown source overhead. I'm still entranced by the way it falls on Zephiro's abdomen, highlighting the details of his sinuous, branch-like torso. We're both lying on the ground together, watching our children play, and we know that we're safe here. A dense pollen fills the air, kicked up by the strange flowers in the area, but their scent isn't irritating or abrasive. It's calming to me. Did you ever think this was possible? I ask him as I run my fingers over his chest, feeling every groove and ridge. Beside us is the altar where we were married. I think I always knew, Zephiro says, looking down at me with a wide grin. I open my eyes and the moonlight enters the hut. I'm reminded of the day I felt like I almost lost Zephiro after he rescued me from the encampment. Only instead of dreading death, we're celebrating life. He's lying beside me, his head draped against the bed while he slouches over in a wicker chair. I thought you might like to hold your children, Genel says, greeting me politely. She's carrying my daughter, and I realise that I fell asleep before I got to see her. I gasp. She looks almost exactly like me, except that she's got Zephiro's onyx eyes. Hello, Lucy, I say, grinning wide at her while quietly thanking Genel. It fits her perfectly. Zephiro jolts awake suddenly. Despite the sudden movement, Lucy remains calm, cooing in my arm. I'll just leave you two alone, Genel says, smiling at us both. She leaves the hut quietly, closing the thatch door behind her. Outside, the insects chirp wildly. I'm sorry I fell asleep, Zephiro says, rubbing his eyes before wiping his mouth in embarrassment. We both needed to rest, I say, and it might have all worked out anyway. I quietly explain the dream to him, telling him how lucid it felt. To my surprise, he's not fazed by it, telling me mothers are often given premonitions after the births of their children. I look down at Lucy one more time, still in disbelief that I could be so lucky as she sleeps in my arms.
Chapter 31. Zephiro. Brennick, stop pulling Lucy's hair, I growl behind me as the wagon wheels squeal underneath us. I lightly swat Brennick's hand away from Lucy, and he giggles in response. I hope he won't always be this mischievous. The path to the crater is treacherous and bumpy, and a wagon ride isn't exactly my preferred form of transportation. But Brennick and Saphis are still infants. They can't travel like Zori, and Sokovia says this is probably safer anyway, with all the dark elves roaming about. They don't expect us, residents of the forest, to be traveling in elven vehicles. Why go? Saphis growls, sticking his fist in his mouth. Because it's your first birthday, Sierra says, grinning from ear to ear as she holds Saphis in her arms. And we need to take you to the crater, so you'll be big and strong, I add. Saphis looks up at me, clearly still not connecting my words. He's picked up a few simple phrases, but I'm not sure he understands their meaning as much as he knows when to say them. It's strange to see Lucy's growth in comparison to Saphis and Brennick. Though a Zori baby isn't well-spoken or highly conversational, they do communicate somewhat by a year. A human baby, on the other hand, may only be saying their first clear word at the same age. While Saphis looks up at me with a natural curiosity, Lucy is still babbling, forming small utterances that could be words while crawling away from Brennick. The cabin is dark and well covered by a large tarp. Sierra insisted on choosing a simple wagon because anything too elaborate reminds her of the day she nearly died the elves who betrayed her. The wagon ride passes by uneventfully. Sierra and I catch glimpses of each other while entertaining the kids with blocks and funny faces. Then I start to wonder how we're going to keep the cubs safe on the way down into the crater. When the cart comes to a stop, Sokovia walks around back, fiddling with a small gem. Not very fond of being a dark elf, he growls while carrying himself shakily with his walking cane. Please don't ask me to do this again. I nod. Unless there's any other rituals I'm forgetting, you won't have to. He flicks the gem twice and returns to his normal form. Funny how they leave us this wonderful technology, but they never expect anybody else to use it, Sokovia says. You're right, I growl. You didn't make a very convincing dark elf. He shakes his head. Brennick and Saphis stand like perfect little soldiers, while Sierra tries to keep Lucy from crawling up towards the ledge overlooking the crater. So, I guess we each carry one. Afraid not, Sokovia says. My back isn't what it used to be, but I can watch Brennick if you like. I look down at Brennick, who's twirling his head absent-mindedly, his tongue sticking out. It's still strange to see the cracked mirror, carefree version of myself that Brennick seems to be growing into. Actually, you'd better watch Saphis, I say. Brennick's quite the little troublemaker. Sokovia nods. While Sierra carries Lucy, I maintain a tight hold on Brennick. It doesn't stop Brennick from reaching out, opening and closing his hands toward the bright and multicolored crystals that cover the cavern walls. Mine, he says, reaching toward one area of the cavern wall. Mine, he says again, moving his hands blankly toward another part of the wall. Sierra chuckles in response, while Lucy drools all over her shirt, sputtering and spitting madly. Occasionally we have to move back, as Saphis tries to lead Sokovia toward other parts of the cavern. He always has liked to explore. We reach the bottom of the path and find ourselves in the large meadow at the base of the crater. I set Brennick down on the ground. Now, Brennick, I tell him as he stares up at me with wild eyes. You can go anywhere in the meadow, but don't wander into any of the caverns, okay? His expression becomes blank and disinterested. No. He runs off into the meadow and begins antagonizing the animals, shaking trees so that they drop fruit onto the ground. I laugh. Sierra sets Lucy down too, and we leave Scovia to watch the children, getting them ready for their life ceremony. Sierra takes my hand, and we sit together quietly, just happy to get a moment to ourselves. She rests her head on my chest, watching the cubs frolic. My dream was just like this, she says absent-mindedly. Oh, I say. Your dream? The premonition I saw after they were born. I smile dreamily. Exactly like this. Not exactly, she says. Scovia wasn't here, and they were several years older. I move in, and I peck her on the cheek. We enjoy the calm silence as Zachovia gathers them together, standing them on the altar. We come to the cradle to thank the maiden, Scovia says, struggling to keep Lucy, Brennick, and Saphis from wandering away. Through mercy, she has allowed life to... Lucy, stop hitting your brothers. Sierra and I both laugh. Maybe someday those three will get along. But right now, Zachovia definitely has his hands full. I run my claws through Sierra's hair, remembering to be gentle so that I don't graze her scalp. I love you, you know. You're the best father and mate than I could have hoped for. Her hypnotizing blue eyes are almost incapacitating. I love you too, I say. Always have, always will. She smiles at me, resting her head on my shoulder now. It appears that Zachovia has wrapped up the ceremony. He's heading our way with the children. There's one thing I've always wondered, though, she says. What's going on with the sun down here? I stare up at the light, which grants us so many blessings. Some say it's the light of the Earth Maiden, left to burn in her absence, I say. But me? I try not to think about it too much. She embraces me tightly, and I think about how lucky I am.